open my eyes to see the King of the cross is now fully alive, and my shame dead at Calvary. Oh, we cannot forget, it's all about love, the love of the Father, Spirit and Son. No, we cannot forget, it's all about love, but we've been forgiven in perfect love. Awake, my soul, rise and shine, His glory lives in you. Oh, the story of my Jesus Christ forever makes us new. You made us
Couple different things, a couple announcements just so you know, and then we'll get right into it. Dr. Paul's like me, where we can just talk for a while, so we're not going to have a break, because trying to get people back in after a break, how long is the break? We just lose a lot of time, and we're kind of limited on time as well. So if you need to use the restroom, obviously just get up quietly, go out these two back exits, and come back in. And we're going to keep going. I'm going to speak. I'm not too much, because I'm going to have you ask your questions during the Q&A, and then Dr. Paul he can tell you a little bit about his background as well. He's obviously been helping me in a lot of areas. We have a similar passion for health and fitness. But first, the shirt giveaways. Okay, if you received a ticket, you can get the shirt on your way out. We have the different sizes. We don't want to try to do it at the beginning, because trying to find the right size and can take some time. But also, if you want a shirt, we're going to offer them at $15, pretty much almost our cost, just to recoup some of the money back. However, if you just want to take one, you're not financially. We never want finances to prevent anything or anybody from having anything. But suggested donation would be good. And then start thinking now on the Q&A. The Q&A we're going to put up. I think Sarah, you can put up the number now if it's convenient. If you guys might want to screenshot, or I think we'll actually put it up too during the Q&A. It's our texting number, so don't text just yet. Think about how you want to text, because on the 10th text we're going to give away the scale. But ask Morgan about who should use it. I know if you're osteoporosis and pregnant and things like that, I think because of the way it reads the body, you want to be careful on that. So, and then text number 20, we've got another giveaway. So we'll be doing that based on the texts coming in. If you don't have a phone, it doesn't work up here, text your neighbor or bump your neighbor and see if they can text your question, and then put your name there so we know who you are. I've also got a $100 gift card to Sprouts for you. But also, again, if finances are hard and you want to eat healthy, let me know, because I bought an extra Sprouts card just to bless you. And I used to go into homes, and I was tagged the pantry pastor about 5 years ago. And I would go in and throw out a lot of food throughout the pantry, the refrigerator, and then we would come and replace that food with some good food, just to help get on the right path. So if you're open to that, let me know. But most people aren't, because we're filming in your house. And it's a little embarrassing what's in that pantry. So that's available too. Also, notes are available. Dr. Paul, I might say Pastor Paul from time to time, because that keeps coming in. I know Pastor Paul. I keep have to correct myself. So if that happens, maybe that's prophetic, Paul. I don't know. But his notes are available as well. We emailed out the template, and so you can go through all those notes if you need to remember anything. I think my notes are as a handout. And the biggest thing is, if you brought your kids, what time do they need to be picked up? Tomorrow, okay. I don't know if I like this new format of engagement. So 1 o'clock, nice try. 1 o'clock, that means I would head over there a little bit before 1, because they've already had the kids, some of them since 9:30, 9:45. So 1 o'clock. And if you want to just give them a tip, we won't complain. I mean, it might be a nice blessing to the junior helpers and helpers if you want to do that. So let's start with this quick video. And let's have the sound up and lights down and just watch this for 1 minute to kind of set the stage with what I want to discuss.
What will your last 10 years look like? Will you be quick enough for a game of tag with your grandchild? Strong enough to embrace every moment? Will you grow old with vitality? Or get old with disease? It's time to decide.
Pretty impactful, huh? I know when we're younger, we don't think so much about it. So what I'm going to focus on, Dr. Paul will get into a lot of the nuts and bolts of it, but we know how to, it's the want to, the motivation that really has to change. We have to look at this, I look at it as a lifelong, you can call it a struggle, lifelong battle, like lifestyle, because when I was in the fitness industry, I don't know how many of you know this, but that's where I got a lot of the experience, was working with and actually oversaw personal training departments, oversaw multiple fitness locations. 24-hour fitness was the name of it. And we had supplements, all kinds of things, accelerated results programs. And then I did a lot of studying with the National Academy of Sports Medicine. I just loved biology and kinesiology and never got a degree or took it further, but it was just it just made my heart leap for joy when I saw all the people getting the results and reversing just about every disease. Okay, and we want to be careful, a disclaimer, right? Here's a disclaimer, talk to your physician before starting. Well, I guess you could talk to Dr. Paul on your way out and then we're covered. So, but, you know, make sure you talk to them because there are lots of different, that's why this topic is so hard. There's lots of different nuances. Medication you're taking, lifestyle, genetics, and it's not a one-size-fits-all approach necessarily, but you can have the best trainer, the best nutritionist, and the best doctor, but none of that will matter without motivation. Correct? We have more podcasts than ever before, more books. I mean, the how-to is not the problem. It's the want to. And of course, in the how-to, it gets confusing, doesn't it? You hear that now, the carnivore's big, carnivore diet, just eat meat. Sounds good, but it's pretty hard unless you've tried it. And then whole plant-based foods, plants only. And then you have, of course, a mixture in there, the Mediterranean, no carbs, low carbs. Fruitopians, I think they're called. They only eat fruit. You know, it's just, there's so many, and it can get most people, when I used to talk to them and help them in this area, if you have too much information, you just kind of give up. Because this isn't working, I don't know what works, I don't want to be wasting all this time if this isn't working. So we're going to cover principles that actually work. They're biblically based, and they will work if you apply them. But fitness, weight loss, whatever you want to call it, it really is a lifestyle. It's impossible to go on a 30-day diet and change a lifelong struggle, or a 60-day diet. And here's the good news, because people say, oh, lifestyle, I don't know. You think I eat perfectly 100% of the time? Absolutely not. But if you can do it 85%, 90%, like if that's your goal, and you stay on target, you don't let a cupcake at a birthday party, because what I would do is I blew it there, why not blew it, and let me have 14 quesadillas, and then tonight let me have some ice cream, and then tomorrow what's the point? And you just keep on that roller coaster. You know, the key is really to get back up, because weight loss, health, it's about more right choices than wrong choices. So it's going good. Have you ever been on a good eating program, you're feeling good, you're exercising, you're getting your steps in, and then boom, cupcake, yeah. and you fall for Christmas, Thanksgiving. I mean, and that's why, that big myth out there that, you get sick when it's cold. You really get sick when it's cold because you're eating too much sugar and you're not getting enough sun and vitamin D and things like that. There's so much related to our diet. And so I saw countless people absolutely reverse type 2 diabetes, heart disease. They were going in for heart surgery, and guess what? Now we don't need it because they reversed a lot of what was happening. Mental issues, depression, anxiety, fear, a lot of the important hormones or serotonin and things like that are created in the gut, in the microbiome. And your gut, that's why they call it the second brain. How you eat is also how you feel often. All of this is, so I saw so many people just and change their life. However, 90% of them didn't. There's only a small fraction. We know that, right? We live it. I've lived it. And I would see people month after month, year after year on the treadmill, work, and nothing changed. Why? Because often your diet is the most important thing. What you put in is what you get out. Exercise is important, but think about this. You can go on a long hour-and-a-half walk, and let's just say 700, 800 calories. And then you go and you stop by Panda Express on your way home. And you should have just avoided Panda, and that would have been more important than the exercise when it comes to calorie intake and the types of nutrients. Even yesterday I did an experiment kind of. We steamed like 4 pounds of vegetables, right? Carrots, Brussels sprouts, asparagus. And I had just a huge amount with some almonds. And I was so full for like 2 days. 2 or 3 hours, but it was only 500 calories. But if you have 1,500 at In-N-Out Burger, you're still hungry. A lot of the reason is because there's a lot of chemicals that keep you hungry. Also, it doesn't fill the nutrient need that you need. Your body actually needs nutrients. And so that's why I don't know if you've ever followed, the whole plant-based movement, Esselstyn and T. Carter Collin and Joel Furman or Alan Goldhammer up in True North. They're all on the plants only. And the reason it works, because you eat tons of the biggest salad you ever, and some beans on it. And it's very low calorie, but very dense in nutrients. So you're not very hungry. And that will work as well. Before I forget, I want to explain this because it is a confusing thing for many. Actually, I might wait till I get to one of the points. Because I want to talk to you so people understand, even biblically speaking, there's so much information out there. How does weight loss work? Okay. And Dr. Paul might take different angles. I think we both agree on this. Weight loss really is, it's twofold, and here's why it gets confusing. If you ever watch, how many of you watch Ben Bickman? He's a really popular podcaster right now. Ben Bickman he's a biologist who studies how the body works. And then you've got Jason Fung, real popular on podcasts. And so what they say, it's all about insulin. It's all about insulin. It's all about insulin. And then you have the other group, no, it's all about calories, all about calories, all about, have you ever heard those are mainly the two different, and they kind of, they fight each other. And I want to sometimes just scream and say, both. If you're eating too many carbs and insulin is constantly spiked, it's hard to lose weight because insulin is a fat storage hormone. It actually tells the body to store fat. But if you're having too many calories, I don't care what kind they are, you're going to gain weight. So it's not just about insulin only. For example, I don't like to use this example, but it helps to paint the picture. In the concentration camps, they were limited to 1,200 calories, more or less, mainly bread. Nobody was overweight. Why is that? Well, of course we know it's not a lot of calories, and they're working and walking. So if that was the case, then there would be a fat gene, and there would still be people overweight, or all of that, mainly soup and bread, all that glucose and all that insulin spike. Why aren't they heavy? I mean, they were emaciated, right? If that's the right word. Emaciation, yeah. So they were so you see that both play a role. Both of them play a huge role in weight loss. Yes, insulin is very important, I agree, but then so is the intake. That's why fasting is so important, and we're giving out free copies of Dr. Paul's book, Fasting in a Gluttonous World, because I think fasting is a missing link, not only spiritually, but physically as well. And the reason most people don't fast is, at least what I hear, have you ever heard this, or is this what you're thinking? You'll lose too much muscle, or it's going to slow my metabolism. Good excuses, but actually your body it'll break down a little bit of muscle. It's called gluconeogenesis. It breaks down a little bit of muscle if it needs immediate fuel. That's why you don't want to exercise a lot when you're fasting, especially water fasting, because you need that quick energy. It will temporarily break down the muscle. However, we were designed, here's the key, designed to do what? Burn the fat. So that's mainly what's going to be burned. And what has stopped a lot of people, it stopped me for years, was the metabolism. And I have seen people ruin their metabolism. What happens, let's say low-calorie diets or fasting, what happens is, let's say you're even, you begin to lower your calories, well, your metabolism responds based on creation. We're not getting as much energy as we used to have. I better which metabolism is basically the rate at which cells burn energy and your body burns energy. And now it's lowering the energy to match what you're eating because you're designed to walk 50 miles or I better conserve energy and lower your metabolism, okay? So let's say fasting or low-calorie diet, let's say it did lower your metabolism by 25%. Number one, I believe that's only temporary. You can build that back up with higher protein intake, watching your glucose, exercise, good sleep. All these things actually increase your metabolism. So you're not stuck there. I came to the realization I'm going to be stuck overweight all of my life and in bad health, or I take a gamble and see if it slows my metabolism. Right? It's an excuse to stay where we're at. And so what happens, so let me just give you a worst case example. Let's say, how many of you know what BMR is? It's a basal metabolic rate. It's the amount of calories your body burns just sitting here and doing nothing. Did you know that? You burn calories all day long without doing anything, just sleeping. Let's say that goes down. Let's say I don't have to do anything and I'm going to burn 1,800 calories. But let's say my metabolism slows down to 1,200. That's a little scary, basal metabolic rate. But then you can throw in there, they call it, I think, EPOC, excessive post-oxygen consumption. So after you exercise, it actually burns more energy. And when you exercise, it burns even more energy. So there is a way to maintain your metabolic rate and also increase your metabolism back to what it was before you fasted and went on a low-calorie diet. It's not the end of the world. Like if I fast or go on a low-calorie diet, I'm going to lower my metabolism for the rest of my life. No, there's ways around that. I would actually take the greater good of getting in shape, losing the weight, easier on the heart, reversing type 2 diabetes, and then I'll deal with maybe a slower metabolic rate because I can increase that through different things. So that was the whole point of that 5-minute rabbit trail, was just to tell you that don't let any of those hindrances stop you from doing what is right. Because even fasting, when I went on that long fast and did a documentary a couple years ago, it was so funny to watch what I call armchair quarterbacks online, right? And they're like, you had bone broth, that's not fasting. You had xylitol in the gum, or this is just stupid stuff. And I'm like, here I am 40 days later, 37 pounds down, doing great spiritually. I happened to write some articles during that time and reset some of my health, but I had a little bit of calories. Like, are you guys losing your mind here? But see, they get focused on perfectionism. And you don't want to do that, because if you try to do things perfectly and you fail, you will get very discouraged. So I'm just going to go through some of the top things real quick, and then I want to turn it over to Dr. Paul for the majority of the message. But right now, about 1 in 5 children and adolescents are obese. Did you know that? And I know I want to be careful because I know it's a hard topic, and anytime I mention this, it triggers people, and I understand why. But the truth is, parents, when they're in our house, it's our responsibility. Little Johnny doesn't need Captain Crunch when he's throwing a fit at the store. And it'll take a little time, but they'll grab the carrots. Can you cut me up an apple with almond butter? They'll eventually come around. And so we have a responsibility because the foundation you set now in the life of your child, it's going to be really hard for them to break later. If they are overweight and on the verge of type 2 diabetes as a teenager or even young, it's once you set that pattern, it's extremely difficult. Also, before the mid-1990s, very few children were diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. Now it's an epidemic. And of course, type 1 is not anything we can do much about, but type 2 is diet related. It's related to our lifestyle. It's called insulin resistance. Your body's resistant to insulin normally because we're overweight and consuming too many carbohydrates. And just so you think I'm not pointing fingers, even now I want to go on some type of routine too, but I have a lot of the symptoms of borderline type 2, from eyesight to tingling in fingers to lethargic and I see that. And I've got to, at some point make some pretty radical changes. And so I'm not preaching at you, I live it with you. Anybody else a food drunkard? 4 people out of this many? No, there's a lot more. So we live in a whole different time now. In Jesus' time, there was an AM PM. Or Starbucks, or Dunkin'. It's like, what do you want to choose? Every time I go, there's no line for the organic Brussels sprouts. But Starbucks on my way there, lines all around, Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out Burger, everything. Also, they're beginning to find that 90% of all chronic disease is diet-related. And what my point is the bottom one. Productivity in all areas of life is severely curtailed when unhealthy and overweight. I can't preach as well. I can't lead the church as well. I can't be and so you realize, even as you, fathers, mothers, it's about productivity, correct? The more we can do for God, the better we feel. And that's really what it boils down to. Everyone says that they would die for their kids, but would they get healthy for them? And as you know, health is now political. I'm sure Dr. Paul will get into that at some point maybe. It's revenue driven. You hear all the big pharma, and why do they not want to RFK in that position? Why do they not want him there? Come on. I mean, this is so obvious. And so now health, you've got to be active. Did you know that some of our products we eat here are banned in other countries? Just hold on to that for a minute. France or Belgium, they won't allow certain foods to go there until they take out this monosodium glutamate, the red dye 40s, and these other chemicals. But America, they don't care. The FDA cannot guard you. They're more reactionary now. They're not preventative. You've got to take those initial steps. I know it stinks. Welcome to my world, but it's a world we live in. And we are flooded by information. So what I want to tell you in the brief time I have is look at design and creation. Because every study will cherry pick something. Every study will cherry pick something. I mean, when I was watching Forks Over Knives, I was like, well, yeah, but what about this? And then you watch a carnivore, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. We weren't designed to eat meat only. Just read Genesis. But there are seasons to do that. Maybe Jordan Peterson, you guys follow him, or his daughter. I mean, look at incredible. Because if your disease or what's happening to you, if that has actually caused the inflammatory response by the vegetables or by the gluten or different things, even dairy, then yeah, you'll want to avoid those. But see how there's not a cookie cutter approach that fits everybody. Just do this and you'll be fine. Sometimes you have to limit certain things. So look at design and creation. It will answer a lot of questions. What diet is best? What does the Bible say? It says so much. It actually says if you find a little honey, eat just a little. Did you know that? God says, I've given you all the plants, eat it. And then after the flood, he says, now I'm going to give you the beasts of the field as well. Just don't eat the fat, the blood in it. And of course, moderation, movement. We look at creation and we can see what is best for us. What it takes to lose weight is what it's going to take to keep it off. Did you catch that? What it takes to lose weight, get in shape, or live healthy, what it takes to build health is what it's going to take to keep it. And again, I have to throw a disclaimer in there. I'm not being a legalistic Pharisee, you got to live perfectly. But we've got to fall forward and fall in the right direction and take back our health, because there's so much to this. Productivity as we get older, especially as you get older. What does this mean? So I'm going to cover the 5 things and I will be done. But number 1, what voice are you listening to? Who is influencing you? And I just had to answer the question yesterday on Facebook. I have to answer this question a lot, actually. It's like, what about this product? What about this product? What about this product? What about this product? What about this supplement? Well, it's like, what are the ingredients? What's it doing to your body? What are you taking it for? Oh, and by the way, it's called a supplement for a reason. So many people think that's the answer. If I just buy this bulletproof coffee with mushrooms in it, or if I just take this green, the super greens, if I can just take a scoop, that might be helpful, but you might want to stop Carl's Jr. And you might want to start moving, and you might want to start, because see, so many people want the answer. Does that belt really work? Wear it 30 pounds in 30 days. No, it doesn't. It's a lot of that, and I was in the fitness industry. It's marketing. It's marketing. Tell people what they want to hear. So when it comes to creation, listening to God's voice, look at food as fuel. Look at food as fuel. And the reason I'm not going to go into a lot of different supplements, because there's tons out there. It depends what your goals are, what are you trying to do. You can meet most of your nutritional needs with food. Of course, you might want to supplement like vitamin K, vitamin D, things like that. And that's a whole nother topic, but food is fuel. So if you look at it by design and look at biblical examples, it's not that hard. Is this going to fuel my body, or is this going to hurt it? You can take that if you want, but is this Doritos going to help, and Dr. Pepper? And let me give you some encouragement. Your taste buds will change. Like I don't crave those at all. 10 years ago, 20, Doritos and Dr. Pepper. Or Doritos inside of a sandwich with a BLT, crunchy. And I had to have this. Your taste buds change. I haven't yet quite conquered the chocolate demon, but he's next. But actually, dark chocolate in moderation can be good. But again, there's a word, moderation. So food is actually fuel and, of course, enjoyment. And the key thing is what's allowed versus ideal. I see somebody, well, that's allowed. I mean, yeah, but is it ideal? Alcohol's allowed. But is it ideal? Monster energy drinks are allowed as a Christian, right? You have freedom. But is that a good idea? I'm telling you, I don't want to go on too many rabbit trails, but over the years, you can ask my wife, we've prayed for thousands of people after services in our prayer rooms, Wednesdays, Sundays. And I've seen some incredible, I just got emails, I'll just say their first name, Malachi, Greg, Tiffany, Matt, Mike in Arizona. And a lot of these people struggle with anxiety and depression. Once they kick the caffeine, they feel 10 times better and they're sleeping better. So I can pray for anxiety and fear and depression, but what are you fueling? Are you actually taking in what's creating it? Now, of course, some of these things in moderation are especially if you don't have an addictive personality. But if you do, you might want to avoid things that are addictive. I don't know, just saying. You can't outrun a bad diet. And of course, they always change the low-fat, high-sugar craze of the 1980s. Now fat was bad, now cholesterol's bad. And do you know cholesterol is actually one of the most important things for your cells? It affects all functions of life. It's actually not bad. The reason high-density lipoproteins, LDL, low-density, the good, the bad cholesterol, they're both actually good. One takes the cholesterol from, I believe it's a high-density lipo. It takes the cholesterol from the arteries back to the liver to be processed, where the bad guy, I think it's the LDL. Am I right, Paul? Yes, close. Okay, well, the bad guy, here's why he's a bad guy. He takes the cholesterol to the arteries. Bad guy. No, actually, he's fixing something. The cholesterol is going to fix something that's wrong there. So when we ask the question, what's causing the damage? The cholesterol is not causing the damage. It's there to fix something. What's causing the damage? We could get into seed oils. Avoid those at all costs. They're big right now. The seed oils, safflower, sunflower. Basically, I could be up here like, we talked about this, Dr. Fall, for 4 hours, right, explaining all these things. But the way they process the oil, and then after they process it with chemicals, now it smells really bad, so they have to use solvents on the seed oil. And so all these high inflammatory chemicals, the omega-3, omega-6 out ratio, and then there's big buckets. You can see them at Costco. And so what they do is they buy these buckets at fast food places, money. It's all about money, revenue, revenue, revenue. And so these things are harmful to the body. Number 2, so food is fuel. Look at it as fuel. Enjoy it, but it's fuel. How does the body design? Number 2, remove the affliction of addiction. Remove the affliction of addiction. One of the best ways you can get in good shape, health, lose that weight is whatever, for most of us, weight gain is because we consume something we like too much. Can we just be honest this morning? Anybody have a problem with steamed asparagus with some black pepper on them? No issues there? Anybody, I ate too much salad? No, not with chocolate on it and tons of dressing. Right, it's what we're addicted to. Like, I'm already dreading the men's breakfast coming up. 250 organic eggs with homemade sourdough? Warm sourdough with grass-fed butter melting on that sourdough? Oh my goodness. But it's usually those things that you're having too much of. The chocolate, the fast food, and it is carbs. Carbs are addictive because you get that dopamine hit. So you have to deal with and take a season of removing that addiction. And I just noted this because it came up. Well, maybe I didn't put it on here, but did you see the new Surgeon General warning now that any type of alcohol can cause is a cancer risk? Hello, you know, and of course there's moderation. If a person can enjoy one now and then, but the majority of people can't enjoy one now and then. They need the buzz, and it's actually an addiction. They don't like me talking about it, so I'll go into a different topic. But it's true. If you have to have it, and your body's craving it, but if you deal with addiction, you will lose weight and really improve your health. Because it's usually the addictive items that are causing the damage. Unless you eat too much broccoli. I'd love to talk to you afterwards. Herbert Shelton was a fasting expert, I think, probably 100 years ago now. How often do we see patients who are always eating and complaining they are always hungry? Hello? Of course these people are never hungry. They are food drunkards. And I hope a lot of stuff comes out with this new administration. But food companies hire scientists. Do you know why? Taste testing. Hundreds of thousands. He'll make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year to keep you addicted. And I know Chick-fil-A, I know In-N-Out Burger, and I always get pushback on this, but it's just the truth. I know they're Christian companies. They got little verses on their Coca-Cola at the bottom. But unless they change their ingredients, this stuff's not good. There's about over 50 chemicals. 50. Why do you need 50? You know, sourdough bread, sourdough, whatever else it is, and some salt, and then you've got a patty from a cow. 4 ingredients. And you might put some organic ketchup on there without any sugar. Okay, I mean, so why do they have all these chemicals? Because do you want a homemade hamburger or one from Carl's Jr.? What's the difference? Chemicals. So remove the affliction of addiction of those things. Number 3, the outside affects the inside. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but what you put on your skin matters. Deodorant, hygiene products, and I don't recommend this. I would read the ingredients really well, even on sunscreen. You want to know what you're putting on your skin. And be very careful. Look at the ingredients. And I don't say this to have you do it, okay? And I could get skin cancer later, I don't know. But I haven't worn sunscreen in years. I limit the sun exposure when I can. It's long sleeves. I get pretty tan, both, so that's probably beneficial. Some people don't. But there are natural things you can use to keep the sun off. Because remember, creation, right? We're created to absorb some sun, not put chemicals all over our body that are actually harmful, or the deodorant. They call endocrine disruptors. And that's why they're seeing huge low levels of testosterone. So I'm not going to get into detail, look into it more, but yes, what you put on your skin really affects you. A friend of mine, many of you remember when he spoke here, Malachi O'Brien, he sent me a picture. He goes, is this true? It's called caffeine shampoo. Caffeine shampoo. Have you guys heard of that? Okay, look it up. I hope it wasn't a joke, but I don't think it was. But what it is, you're putting in hair follicles. You're putting caffeine. It will be absorbed into your body, and you will definitely feel the caffeine from that. And what you put on the skin isn't something that just everything bounces off. You actually, what you're putting on is getting into the system. So just be cognizant of that. Number 4, improve your move, not your mood. Improve your move. Get that app on there. Get 10,000 steps if you can, 15,000 steps. We've got to move. Remember, it's about energy expenditure. And when you move, the body burns more energy, correct? We were not designed to sit all day. How many of you know what the NEAT principle is in health and fitness? Non-exercise activity thermogenesis. And so without exercise, if you're moving, you're burning. You burn almost double than just moving, doing something, than sitting down and doing nothing. Or watching TV. Get out and do something. It's amazing how the body reacts. So what I'm doing, I'm giving you 7 things that if you do these 7 things, you're going to be on a great path to getting in shape. And again, it's not about physical shape, it's about spiritual shape, but how we take care of our body matters. And then number 5, that's why we have the free books for you on your way out. Feast on fasting. Feast on fasting. We live in a day and age where we must discipline the flesh. Do you ever see that? The difference is, think about it, even 150 years ago, there was not this, they had the opposite problem, malnutrition. Winter, there's no food. They've got to store up for it. Now our abundance means we need to be very, very in tune with what's going on. From stress to mood. Oh, I'm sorry, he's back on. And let me keep on with fasting. You know what? Let's go back one, because this is important. It's an important word called, and we need to get in the habit of it, hormesis. How many of you know what hormesis is? Do hard things, basically. It's a low dose of a harmful stressor, and it stimulates a beneficial adaptive response. Let me explain that. Doing something hard, jumping in your cold pool. What's popular right now, right? Cold water plunges. I don't know how people get all this money to buy red light therapy and water. But what it does is it gives your body an immune response. And how your body responds to something that normally isn't good, but the response is actually very beneficial. And that's what hormesis is doing hard things. And you get a good response from that. Also, now it leads right into the next point. 5, feast on fasting, because it also puts your body in that state. And I'm not going to go into all the details. You guys have heard me talk about autophagy before, where fasting will actually begin to clean up the body, the cells and the mitochondria and different things. Alzheimer's, actually dementia is mental challenges. Alzheimer's is a form of dementia. That's the difference there. And what fasting will do is also help to clear those areas. It's called brain-derived neurotropic factor. It's increased, and your brain, everything, your body begins to clean. So what we're seeing, you realize, is I have no time for cleaning because I'm always eating. And anybody else eat before you go to bed? Guys, we got to be honest if we're going to get anywhere. Yes, not a good thing. Not only do you not sleep well, I realize I'm like eating 18 hours a day. And there's no time for the body to clean, and autophagy takes place. And as a reminder, Jesus said, when you fast, not if you fast. And our body needs a Sabbath. And then finally, number 6, this is so important. And the more I look into it, deep sleep. Because sleep, but it's actually, I think, one of the main things we need to focus on. Because weight gain can happen with poor sleep. Why? Because of hormonal imbalance. Deep sleep is when the body repairs, when it recovers, when you wake up refreshed, when it renews. You don't get sick as easy. It's very important. So go deep with sleep. And then number 7, the final thing, focus on spiritual health. Focus, because you can do all these things. I mean, I watch all these podcasters. And most of them I don't think are Christians. I mean, they're talking about evolution. They're talking about them like, bro, you look like, what's that guy, Brian Johnson? He spends $1 million a year to look young. He's reversed his age by 10 years, supposedly. And I'm like, dude, you're still going. Your plane might crash. You might get you're going. And so if we focus only on the physical, it will always let us down. And the more you focus on it, the more you'll be let down. I remember when some of this stuff was up higher. And I could count 6 things. Not anymore. It's like, holy mackerel. I'm getting out of bed. Wow, gosh. Let me stretch a little. My daughter wants to run. It's like, well, I can't even jog like I used to. It's like, did you know most people can no longer sprint? I think it's after the age of 30. Just let that sink in. So focus on spiritual health, and here's the encouragement. Fall forward. You don't leave here going, oh my goodness, look at all. No, you make these 7 changes. Now, how you do that's up to you, because these 7 things will work. If you incorporate these 7 things, they will work. Moderation in diet, consuming less than you're burning, fasting, all these things. Trust God and don't worry about all the other details that you can't control. Amen? All those things you can't control. Because I can make you pretty worried right now. Should we talk about what they're doing in our skies? No. Do you want to hear about forever chemicals in your clothes? No. Do you want to hear about the microplastics now that you're consuming? No. Do you know how much plastic you're consuming each week? They say it's the size of a credit card, especially if you drink plastic out of water bottles. Sometimes I'm like, Lord, I'm done learning, okay? Just, I'm done. All the chemicals and everything. Extreme times call for extreme measures. And here's where I want to close. The extreme times call for extreme measures. So at some point, you guys say, you know what, Lord, I'm going for this. Because when we stay mediocre, when we stay stagnant, it's a good word. It's like, okay, you've got to get pretty relentless about it. You do. I wish I could tell you, that's why I don't like some of these programs. No, just cut your calories by 300 a day and do this. That could work, but sometimes we need some results. I need to find out what works, and I need to find out what doesn't and why. So again, I don't want to tell you what to do, but if I were you, when I mentioned the book out there, Lost Art of Fasting in a Gluttonous World, Dr. Paul has helped countless people, and they're on about 600 calories a day. Again, it's not about calories, but you have to create a deficit, nutrient dense, and you get in a ketogenic state, and the body just sucks off the fat. However, you do that for a while. When you come out of that, you've got to be strategic. You go back to Jack in the Box, you're going to have the same issues, the same problems. And people, I get pushback, but that's low-calorie diets. Right, that's not good for a lifestyle for the rest of your life. But sometimes we need to get extreme. We need to get extreme. We need to make some major changes in our lives. Extreme times call for extreme measures. So with that, I'm going to have Dr. Paul come up. He's going to go for quite a while till the Q&A. And I'll let him tell you a little bit about himself. And then we will go into the Q&A and try to answer some questions directly. And again, I wish I could, each one of those topics I could have spent a lot of time, because you're like, what about this? What about this? I would just say make sure you're taking in less than your body's consuming, and it's whole food, good, God-given food, in moderation, lots of plants. I would personally avoid some dairy for a while, maybe a little bit of meat, and tons of plants, tons of vegetables, God-given food. And you watch what God will do with that. So Dr. Paul, you can come on up. Your microphone's working. I test the microphone. That's yours. Oh yeah, me too. I'm having some plastics.
Microplastics.
There you go.
There we go. Brought my own. No. Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm honored to be here, and thank you, Pastor Shane. You have a very unique pastor here, and he is gifted in many, many ways, and they're all good, but very unique blend with his background in exercise and health. So I have great respect for that. So I agree almost 100%. No, I agree 100% with everything he shared. This is great. And I'm probably going to overlap a little bit with that. I am a physician. I graduated from medical school over 40 years ago. And I went into family medicine. And so that's kind of a little bit of everything. And I ended up changing my route, and it was probably around 1990 or so. I put down here integrative medicine. Well, integrative medicine, it's kind of integrating alternative complementary options, but I didn't know it had a name at the time. The way I got into this was through prayer. There were a lot of things in my practice that I would see. I would have no idea why this person would develop this disease or that, and they'd already been to specialists and they had no answers, and I was a little frustrated. I would pray and just ask the Lord, show me what to do, and there were times he actually did, and I had no idea. So just be obedient, do what I say, and the patient gets better. Then I thought, wow, I need to learn some more about this. What else don't I know? And so this just kind of mounted on itself, and over time, someone told me that's integrative medicine. I go, oh, great, it has a name. And I found out there were other doctors that did it, and then I found that a lot of naturopaths out there were doing some of the same treatments. I go, wow, they know about this too. But most of it was involving nutrition. There's another name, though, that came out later, and that was just functional medicine. And it's just a different way of looking at integrative medicine, but it's looking at disease from a functional perspective. What is actually causing the disease? And this is where you can actually reverse things. Yes, you can reverse type 2 diabetes. You can't eliminate it completely. You can control it, but you can get it. I have people that have gone from the stratosphere down to earth again and controlling it with very little, if any, medication being necessary. But it was just their choice, and you're absolutely right. People have to make that choice. I look at what I do as kind of like the parable of the sower. I'm giving lots of information. I'm giving the good news to everyone, but not everyone responds. And you have a small percentage that actually take it, and they have a bountiful harvest. But it's very hard to get everyone to accept everything. So what I mentioned about nutritional medicine, almost everything I do is using nutrition, and that is the key. I am board certified in nutrition, and that was thanks to my wife. She said, "Oh well, that's you need to do this because you've been doing this for years." So, yeah, nutrition is the key and the focus on everything I do. I'm going to try and give you a little bit of a different angle and approach to your health and your body. And this is what I do with all of my patients, one-on-one. But my approach is the human body is the most intricately complicated engineered vehicle on this planet. And I just tell them, every one of you is, this sophisticated red-hot Ferrari, and it is you're way more complicated than that, and you're worth a lot more than that. And I want you to learn how to drive your vehicle. Oh, I know how to drive. And I go, come on, there's more than one gear. Oh, no, there's just one gear. No, there's multiple gears, and I'll tell you about all these little dials and levers and things that you can drive your vehicle better. In fact, did you know that you can change lanes? No, I'm fine in the carb lane. No, you can go into the fat lane if you'd like. And that's metabolic flexibility. And most people in this country, and around the world, but mostly in this country, they're not metabolically flexible. And if they try to go over into the fat lane, oh my gosh, I've got headaches, I'm nauseated, I have shakes, sweats, they're carb addicted. And that is the big part of our problem. But I try to get them metabolically flexible. It's not about driving in the fat lane forever, and it's not driving in the carb lane all the time. But I tell them, and if you want to take a little break, go off the highway, take a pit stop, and head back on, that's fine. But just learn how to drive your vehicle. And we're going to talk about not just driving the car, but how to fuel it. And we'll get into that. So, optimizing health through the temple. And I have given this talk in a lot of different venues and many times to professionals, but I don't put it within this context of the temple. But this is the way I look at the body. This is the temple that he gave us. And it behooves us to take care of what he has given us. So we're going to talk about optimal health. Americans in 1720, Americans in 2020. I'm sorry, that's just the reality. What is health? So what does the Bible say? So in Genesis 1:29, he's talking about giving all of these plants, the trees, the fruits, the seeds. That is our food. And then after the flood, he said, every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. So again, we have meat added in. So there are a lot of people that feel, well, vegetarianism is the way to go, or to be a vegan is the way to go. You can't eat meat, and meat's bad, and so we'll talk about that. But anyway, God designed the earth to provide nourishing food. That's what he gave us. And if you find honey, just eat just enough. Too much of it and you'll vomit. So this is all about moderation. We're not going to be eating. It's not that, honey is good, so I'll just eat a lot of it. No, we want to have a balance in everything we do. But then the context here, again, about the body being the temple, 1 Corinthians 6. Do you not know that your bodies are the temples of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You were bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies. So you don't have the right to treat your body like trash, and don't have renter's mentality, okay? Oh, it's not, I can do whatever I want, I'll trash the place. No. He has given you great responsibility to take care of this temple. This is the only one you have. And he says, I want you to steward this, okay? You don't have the right to eat whatever you want. And remember, he looks at us as being part of his army, soldiers. We're disciplined, okay? We need to take care of our bodies. We need to take care of everything we put into us. And again, like Pastor Shane, I don't eat 100% perfect all the time. I try, but those are choices that I make. So I'm not going to, this is a complicated slide. I just thought I'd throw in there, why do we age? Our body's falling apart. Well, a lot of it has to do with our lifestyle, and a lot of these changes here are affected. So starting off at the top, there's this integrative area, dysbiosis. That's the gut bacteria. And what we eat affects the gut bacteria, what is promoting. And this affects everything from our brain to our immune system to our hormones. and of course gut function. It's a very deep topic, but that gets out of balance and it causes aging, including the dysbiosis giving off these toxins like lipopolysaccharide, causes damage in the brain. There's a lot of inflammation. And that's the next one, chronic inflammation. It gets set up in our body, and that causes age. Altered intercellular communication. This is communication with inside the cell with various hormones and other molecules. And this causes aging. Stem cell exhaustion. Stem cells, as you know, those are the ones that create, you have stem cells when you're born, lots of them, but they're the progenitors of all these other types of cells. And we end up having fewer and fewer and fewer. We can't make those, but there are ways we can. Cellular senescence, that just means cells are getting old and they finally die. Mitochondrial dysfunction is behind everything, and all the diseases. I think you mentioned about, well, the food is related to all of our chronic diseases, but mitochondrial dysfunction is behind almost everything I'm taught to treat, with a few exceptions. Deregulated nutrient sensing, that has to do with your ability to respond to nutrients, say like insulin and glucose. Disabled macroautophagy, we're going to talk about that. That has to do with the mitochondria and being taken out when they're supposed to be taken out. Loss of proteostasis, what? That's a big word. It just means that the proteins inside of our cells are kind of getting messed up. They're not folded right, and they're broken, and we lose a lot of the function there. Epigenetic alterations, we're going to talk about epigenetics, and that is the code that controls your code. You think your genes control your cells and what they do? No. The code on top of the code, epi means over, we're going to get into that. Telomere attrition. Telomeres are those little bitty balls on the end of those chromosomes there, and you're somewhat limited on how many cell divisions you have. And anyway, we start losing these telomeres, and finally, when you've used up your number of telomere fragments, you end up dying as far as the cell goes. Genomic instability, well, your genes have mutations and things like that, and that also causes aging. So, do we have to age? Yes, but not everyone ages exactly the same. And there are a lot of opinions out there what a healthy lifestyle looks like for optimal health and longevity, but what does research really suggest is the most efficacious way to live? And as Pastor Shane mentioned, my gosh, there's so many opinions out there, and you have these extremes. But what I want to focus in on is these areas of nutrition, exercise, fasting, heat therapy, cold therapy. You mentioned some of that at the end, but it's about putting these together. And one more. So I look at it with nutrition being the center focus, okay? That is everything. And that's 90% of everything. We were talking about exercise. I look at exercise as about 10% of the equation. And yet, if I talk a lot about it, it's like, wow, that's the main thing. No, it's actually not the main thing. The main thing is nutrition, nutrition, nutrition. Then I talk about these little stressors being exercise, fasting, cold therapy, heat therapy. These are stressors that are put on your body. This is the way you were engineered. Okay, this is what's good for your body. And as you spend a little bit of time in these areas, these extremes, you don't stay there, you just come back. And after doing that, your body has actually built itself stronger. So we'll talk about that. Nutrition. And what is the optimal diet? It depends what your goal is. So here we go. This is your Ferrari. So as I mentioned, your body is a Ferrari. And I tell my patients, look, we're going to come up to we're coming in for fuel. We're going up to the gas pumps. And you have a choice here. This is a Ferrari. Do you want the low octane? Or do you want the stuff with the ethanol added? Or, oh, God forbid, the green handle. And I tell them, don't put the green handle in. I go, if you put the green handle in, you won't make it home. And this is a Ferrari. You'll destroy this very expensive vehicle. Well, this is what everyone does. And I was telling this to someone recently, and they said, I did that. And I go, what'd you do? Oh, I put the green handle in. And I was 30 minutes down the road in the middle of nowhere, and I'm just sitting there waiting for the tow truck. What did I do? Oh my gosh, I put the green handle in. And that's what we do every day. And we're thinking, well, this is just normal food. It's not normal food. Let me tell you, in America, we have one of the worst diets in the world. We have the worst health statistics, period. No one really comes close as a second to us. We're just way out there. We eat whatever we're fed or whatever we're offered. And you're bombarded with advertisements. If you look at the commercials, they're either about junk food or about drugs, okay? And Big Pharma owns both of them, by the way. Big Pharma owns Big Ag and Big Food, and they have for a number of years. So, what a blend. So, with that said, going back to the fuel and putting in the right fuel, I tell them, look, you've got to do this. You've got to really think about what you're putting in. And as I mentioned, the food from out there is not real food, it's fake food, okay? Even from the age of 3, okay, we were told this is normal food. All the breakfast cereals, it's not real food, it's fake food, okay? It's nothing but garbage. It doesn't cost them much to make. They charge you a lot, and it's nothing but mostly sugar and chemicals. But that's what we're giving to our kids, and they're addicted. So we addict them to high amounts of sugar from this high on. Why? Because all kids love sugar. I go, well, it's not that way around the world. I've practiced and lived in a lot of different countries and as a physician, and it's not that way. So not only are we going to fuel our Ferrari right, but we're going to have vehicle maintenance. And that is, we're going to change the oil every now and then. And what kind of oil would you like? Would you like the high-tech, motor oil for this Ferrari, or peanut oil? Yeah, whatever. Okay. No. You won't even make it home. Your engine will seize. Well, we have to maintain this vehicle, and that's where all the nutrients coming in our food. We want nutrient-dense food. And then I tell them, you cannot leave that Ferrari in the garage. Well, it's too expensive. It's dangerous. I don't like driving it. Well, if you let it sit in the garage, you're going to have decomposition of the oils, and the seals will break, and that very expensive vehicle will be trash. It will rust. You need to get it out. You need to drive it on the road, and then you need to every now and then just kind of, and that's the way your Ferrari was engineered, and that's where the exercise comes in. Oh, I don't need it. No, this is the way God designed it. So when I'm looking at this temple, I'm thinking, this is not about science. This is about the mind of God. Now think about it for a minute. Because people think, well, yeah, I don't know anything about science. You don't have to have a science background. You just have to understand that you are living in God's creation, and He designed you. It works great. And so, well, what do I do with it? And I go, you put the fuel that He told you He gave you. Think about it. All of the food scientists out there, I'd say the vast majority, they're not believers. They don't believe that God created you. They don't believe that there's design. They believe that you evolved. But we can evolve even better. We have better foods. We have newer ways for you to eat, okay? But this was never designed for your body. But that's what everyone is eating. Going back to the stats in America, we have roughly 50% of the country, almost 50%, is obese. Then we have a high percentage that is overweight. And then we only have about maybe 10% that's normal weight. Now, I will say the stats here in California are much better than where I live in Oklahoma. We have one of the worst stats. But as far as our weight going up, it all started back in the late 50s, 60s. And we started changing everything. We started telling people that fat was bad for you, fat made you fat, fat causes heart disease, neither of which is necessarily true. There's a little bit of truth, but it's not the whole truth. So fat is bad for you, and so we're going to take that out, and you have your proteins, fats, and carbs, shrink the fats. The carbs come in, they fill in the vacuum, and that's what happens. So in 1965, we had about 1% to 2% diabetics in this country. And then after that, because that was when that was changing, we started having an increase. So in 30 years, by the mid-90s, we had over 300% more diabetics. Okay, but it was a linear line like this. And from 1995 to the present, it went, we are now so high that roughly 50% of the U.S. is either diabetic or pre-diabetic now. So that's shocking. But in 2002, I remember the cover of Time magazine showing this 10-year-old girl, and she has diabetes. Big deal. Kids get diabetes. No, that's type 1. This is type 2. So, we're seeing kids even younger than 10 develop type 2 diabetes, which is adult onset that used to be in the 4th or 5th decade when it would start showing up. But now it's because of what we're feeding our kids. And people think, well, that doesn't happen to my kid. Have you had them checked? They're trying to they're trying to push legislation to get Ozempic funded to give to 5-year-olds. Okay, and that's utterly ridiculous. That's the answer? No, it's changing the diet. But we're not going to do that. I hope we will, but so everything just skyrocketed, and we have not only just the diabetes doing that, we have the weight, we have the heart disease, we have degenerative diseases, we have autoimmune diseases, and then we have an explosion of Parkinson's. We have an explosion of Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's dementia is now referred to as type 3 diabetes because there is a component of insulin resistance dealing with these neurons. And so it's all part of this whole package. But again, these food scientists, they're not going to believe in the God we believe. They're not going to believe that this is harmful in any way. Again, they're getting paid for what they do. So there's a little bit of motivation. So diet is the core component for health. It's the fuel which allows you to perform optimally. And if you don't have the right fuel, forget about performance. So, a balanced diet. Key components. plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables, inclusion of nuts and grains, varied sources of protein. I like variation, and so does your body. I tell my patients I do not teach diets. We could talk all day about 50 different diets that are out there. I'll give you a smattering of some of the common ones, and what's behind them. But I do like variation. But a lot of peoples around the world have lived well without disease using variations. Some are, fruitarians, and some are vegetarians, and some are in the Arctic North, and they're living off of whale blubber, seal blubber, a little bit of fish, and so fat and protein, but almost no indigenous carbs. Well, you need carbs. And I go, well, technically you don't. I'm not telling you to eat like an Eskimo, but they actually don't have heart disease, and they don't have stroke risk. Ours is like 700% above theirs. But if you take them off the tundra and then you feed them our diet, they look just like us. And within 10 years, they're having events, cardiac events, strokes. Okay, so it's not a genetic thing. So I must emphasize that the ideal diet is going to vary. So genetics plays a role. I have patients, for example, MCAD, that's medium chain acyl dehydrogenase. Anyway, it's an enzyme deficiency. They can't metabolize fats. Well, guess what? We're not going to feed them fats. They can't eat fats. They can't metabolize some of these. And there's a lot of variations on that. Then we come to SNPs. Anyone know what SNPs are? Yeah, one person. Okay. Single nucleotide polymorphisms. That's the factor that makes every one of you unique and different. Okay? When you have your DNA, you have your little 4 base pairs, and those 4 base pairs are the alphabetic code for writing your genes. Well, if you take one of those 4 base pairs, okay, and just change one in a sequence, that makes a huge difference as far as how your body's going to function. You have 3 of those base pairs coding for an amino acid. Say this is an ATT, there's ATGC. ATT, and you change it to ATG, you're going to get a completely different amino acid. You throw that into that protein, and it doesn't function right. So how does that translate to you? Why does one person, we'll just say, take a medication and they get a whopping headache, or they feel sick to their stomach, or, oh my gosh, this is horrible? It's because of SNPs, okay? You don't metabolize this in your liver through an enzymatic pathway the same way he does, okay? So you're going to get sick. Well, it has to do with food in the same way. And we end up getting a bottleneck sometimes because of these slow enzymatic reactions, and these people will have awful symptoms. So there are things you can do as far as avoiding those factors. Looking at diet with the lifestyle. Endurance athletes versus sedentary individuals. I'm not going to give them the same diet. Specific goals. Are you trying to lose weight? Are you training for a marathon? Or are you trying to bodybuild? Completely different. So the ideal diet for a person may change as their goals change, and also as their age changes. So I mentioned epigenetics, and that's the code, epi over, the code on top of the code. So has everyone heard about epigenetics? No? Okay. So what that is, okay, if we have the genes are 4 base pairs, that's your alphabet. Okay, well, the epigenetic code is kind of like a computer code, which is, it's binary. It's 0s and 1s. Okay, well, the epigenetic code, I look at it this way as, okay, it's either on or off. I'm simplifying something really complex, but is this gene turned on or off? Most of the genes inside your cells are turned off. You don't need that gene over there because you don't need to grow another ear, okay? That was back when you were developing. There's a lot of them, but every cell in your body has the complete library. But that cell says, I'm a bone cell, and I only want these genes in operation. And so there are things we can do to turn these on and off, but it's probably one of the most important discoveries in our lifetime after sequencing the gene. The lifestyle choices you make and what you're exposed to may not alter your epigenetic code, but that of your children, because people think that the genes, these are what I pass on to my kids. Well, actually, when you eat certain ways, certain things are flipped on. When you go through certain stressors, this affects your epigenetic code, and you can actually pass that on. And they've done studies with people out of World War II that went through traumatic stress, and then they studied their offspring, and they found, wow, and it was actually different, the effects on these particular genes, be it whether they were male or female. It's interesting. Whether that gene would show up and express in the first part of their life or later. But the point is that that's crazy. The way I live and what I do, I can pass on to my children. But we can change our genes no matter what age, as far as the epigenetics. We can change those at any age. So here's a list of some of the popular diets. That's kind of busy, a lot of verbiage there as far as I have 9 different diets, and we can come up with well over 50, but the keto diet, everyone's heard about the keto diet. It's a low-carb diet, produces ketones, and it's the only diet that you can actually objectively measure. If you're measuring ketones in the blood or urine, you can tell whether that person is compliant with that diet or not. But it's basically using fat as a fuel. And I started using keto diet type principles back in the 80s, and this is what Pastor Shane referred to. And we didn't call it a keto diet back then, and at the time we still thought that the ketones were just byproducts, waste products that were worthless. And then we found out they're not worthless, they're like the main player. We'll come back to that. The paleo diet, eating what the cavemen supposedly ate, eliminates mostly the gluten-containing grains, legumes. They believe that man is an evolved being, and this is the way you ate, millions of years ago, and so therefore we should eat the same way. And the reason we have problems is because we're not eating the way the cavemen ate. Well, it's not exactly that way, and a lot of the grains that we have, they've been modified. And again, many of them have way more gluten than they ever had, okay? Talking with farmers when I lived in New Zealand, I'd ask them about their crops, and I said, so this wheat that you're growing, is this the same wheat that you had, back when you were growing up? And they go, oh my gosh, these look like monster wheat compared to the wheat I grew up with. But they were all modified. And so when you check the composition of these various plants, they're different. We've done a lot to change our health through a lot of these processes. They think they're being more efficient. They're getting really big, robust heads of grain, but that's not the all in all. The vegan diet, nothing that is produced by animals. You're going to eliminate everything and all dairy products. And again, this has more of a motivation where we're all animals on this planet. God created us all equal. No, there is no God. I forgot about that. Okay, we're just all animals, and you have to be kind to every animal and every creature, so we don't eat any. Okay, be kind, and whatever you do, don't have any dairy, because that's taking advantage of cows. Okay, I'm being a little facetious here, but I don't agree with that. I don't have a problem if someone wants to be a vegan, but for the reasons it's promoted and touted, I don't agree with. Vegetarian, no meat products, but can still have animal products. Well, if you lived in ancient Israel, you would not have been a vegetarian, okay? Everything was about meat. Barbecues, every day, all the time. Well, that's cruel. I don't like a God that tells you to make barbecues. Well, I'm sorry, but that's the God we serve, and He gave us this meat for food. Not taking it too out of context. The FODMAP diet. Well, this was something that came out of gastroenterology back in the last couple decades. It has to do with removing these plants that are fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. And they did this so that people that were suffering with irritable bowel syndrome could have some relief. But when I saw it come out, I thought, they're kind of on the right track, but not completely. And they don't know what to make of it, so they go, well, we're just going to cut everything out, and then after a while you add that back in. And it can help some people. There is some benefit. But it's not the comprehensive thing. It's, again, you have to add foods back in. You can't live on that diet for a very long time. So that's not the answer to people with irritable bowel syndrome, but it can help to a degree. The carnivore diet mentioned earlier, only meat products are consumed. You get weight loss, and you have reduced inflammation, mental clarity, and it's very simple, but it's very expensive, and it's kind of hard to do, and there are problems long term as far as not getting all the nutrients you need. Your microbiome changes. You're not going to be having the high fiber. So I do use this, and I can go into it a little bit in a second here. The next one being Atkins, low carbohydrate diet by Robert Atkins. He was a cardiologist who came up with this. And boy, he was thrashed for having this diet. It's basically a keto type diet. It's a low carb, a fair amount of protein. But they said that's going to cause heart disease, and you're a cardiologist, shame on you. Well, we don't have any studies that show that the Atkins diet causes heart disease. Okay, heart disease, and I'll see how much time we have to go into that, dealing with atherosclerosis and what really drives that. I'll make the comment, insulin resistance. And insulin resistance, dealing with its effects on what happens to your endothelium. That's the lining of your blood vessels. And what affects that? I'll see if we have time, and we can do this in the question and answer later. But explaining that, you really get into the weeds. It's very hard to navigate. There's so much research going on, still coming out, multiple studies every year. And it's kind of turning things up on its head right now as far as our understanding of how this atherosclerosis really takes place. Dean Ornish, he's been around for quite a while. Lacto-ovo-vegetarian diet emphasizes low-fat diet, whole foods, and exercise to prevent and reverse chronic disease or heart disease. They have some studies, but they're kind of limited. But he would say that he can prevent heart disease. You have less than 10% of the fat, so all fat's pretty much bad. Doesn't allow that much, but it's very, very low fat. The Mediterranean diet I threw in here, it's really just a description of the way the Mediterranean peoples lived. It came out of Harvard following following a study by Ansel Keys. He was a nutritionist in this country, researcher, and he was the author, the main author, the key author anyway, Ansel Keys, that did this 7-country study. And the 7-country study, I will say they kind of cherry-picked these countries, because I looked at the scatter graph that he picked these particular countries. Well, they fit his line, and he went out and said the Mediterranean people, they scored the highest on this, and the Finnish people, the Finnish men, it was actually just men that they looked at, but they didn't do so well. And so one of the things was his purpose in this was to prove that saturated fat was the cause of heart disease. And it turns out this linear graph showed that there was a small correlation between the Greek men over here with lower heart disease and the Finnish men up here. But what they didn't tell you is they forgot to even look at their carb data. Okay? And Minotti, it was Minotti, Italian co-author of that study. He looked at it, that was, I think it was 21 years later in 98 or 99, and he looked at the carb data, which they still had, but no one really looked at the fact that there was a large correlation between the sugar and the carb intake of these two groups, okay? But by this time, 21 years later, it had been embedded in concrete, and this is what the entire medical community and medical pharmaceutical community had bought into, lock, stock, and barrel. It's all about saturated fat, and it was about that's what's causing the cholesterol problem. But anyway, hopefully we can talk a little bit about that later. So the Mediterranean diet, I bring it up here, I am not against it. If you ask me what my diet looks like, kind of my default is mostly Mediterranean. I have lots of fresh fruits, vegetables. I have some nuts and seeds, not huge amount. I will have plenty of fish. I will have some omega-3 olive oil. I will have a little bit of dairy, not much. I will have some meat. Some people will say, well, you have to have lean meat. Well, I don't know that the Mediterranean people were just eating lean products all the time. And going back to biblical times, I mean, the fat was for the Lord, okay? So you cut the fat out. So they weren't eating all the fat, but it was marbled in there in some of the meat they were eating. I think it was a diet that was there when Jesus walked the earth. And years ago, a friend of mine wrote a book. It was called, What Would Jesus Eat? Well, he ate a Mediterranean diet. And I don't know if you've ever been over to Israel, but I mean, I go there and I'm in heaven because I go, wow, my gosh, they got everything on their buffet. And lots of fresh, healthy food. None of it was processed. So that kind of is my default diet. But like I said, I like variation. And if I want to go into a keto mode for a while, if I want to do some other mode for a while, there's reasons I use these in specific patients. And if you have any questions on any of these particular diets that I just mentioned, just write yourself a note, and then we'll talk about it at the question and answer time. Just a second. There was another diet that I didn't mention, and that was the Pritikin diet, Nathan Pritikin, and they put a lot of heart patients on that, trying to reverse it. It's almost just like the Ornish diet, except that it's a little bit more liberal in fat. 10 to 15% fat as opposed to less than 10 with Ornish. But it's basically the same thing. High in carbohydrates, but not processed, and moderate proteins, about 15-20% of your calories. So, as far as considerations when tailoring your diet, I mentioned, the difference between endurance athletes or weight loss or, trying to gain muscle if you're sedentary, and then those with food sensitivities or autoimmune conditions, allergies, and that is picking a diet that will reduce the inflammation. I find that with many of these fad diets, this is why diets work or they don't work. The reason they work is little to do with the proclaimed reason. For example, vegan diet may eliminate dairy products, and someone says, this is great, now I feel wonderful. But they had lactose intolerance or they had a food sensitivity to whey protein. No wonder they felt better. But that's not the all in all, and it's not for every single person. In the carnivore diet, some people are getting enough, they're getting enough protein and fat now in their diet, which stimulates satiety. And they're going, oh my gosh, I'm losing weight. Well, that's because they're actually feeling full. Realize that when protein goes into your stomach, the first thing your stomach does is it recognizes, oh, we've got protein here, and it starts putting out hydrochloric acid. That's why we have hydrochloric acid in the stomach. It's a pre-digestive pouch, and it's breaking down that protein. So the protein is sitting there, and we throw in other, like a pepsin, another enzyme from the stomach. We're trying to prepare this protein, and it is sitting there. So the stomach is full, and it doesn't empty as quickly, okay? And in fact, the stomach says, hold up, no one leaves here. I'm a stomach, I'm a pre-digestive pouch, and I am going to prepare this protein, and you fat and carbs, you just sit and wait. No pass go, okay? So the stomach empties slower into the duodenum, and this is where real digestion takes place, and that's where you assimilate all of these nutrients across the intestinal barrier, and it goes into your bloodstream. So if your stomach is slowing like this and everything comes down here slower, you end up having food entering in like that. In the case of sugar, it doesn't spike, it does this. So everyone's heard of Ozempic or Mounjaro or Wegovy or a lot of these new peptide drugs. What do? They slow the stomach from emptying, okay? So I've had many of my patients, when they came to me, I took them off that, weaned them off of their GLP-1 receptor agent, and I put them on a principle of having protein in their diet. It's interesting that many of these people on these peptides now, they do lose a lot of muscle mass. And the physical therapists across the country are commenting, wow, we have this rash of sarcopenia, muscle loss. All these people were having to treat because they lost so much weight. But these people on Ozempic or whatever, the semaglutide agents or tirzepatide, that's Mounjaro, they're not even thinking about what they're eating. They're just, well, I don't have as much appetite because I feel full all the time. So they'll just eat whatever, and they're eating horribly. And they were borderline on their protein before. Well, now they don't have enough protein, and they start losing more. But that doesn't happen with everyone, but the vast majority of Americans, they don't really think about what they're eating or if they're getting enough protein. So getting back to the stomach and it's emptying, okay, that's one principle that I try to stress, and that goes for 100% of all my diabetics. And I tell them, you have to have the protein in there because I want that to slow down. These drugs, by the way, were not designed for weight loss. They were designed for diabetics. Why? Because it's coming down slower. So that glucose that's in that meal is going to go in like that. It's not going to go in like this. If it goes in like this, you're going to spike your insulin. And what did Pastor Shane say about insulin? Well, it's your storage hormone. And that is how you make all fat. Well, for the most part. But the majority of people have that problem where they're spiking glucose, they're spiking insulin, they're making fat, and they don't get even 2 hours after their meal, okay, and they're already hungry. Well, that's because the stomach's empty, okay? By the way, carbs leave the stomach the fastest out of all of those. So the other thing that I tell them is also going to do the same thing, and that is eating vegetables. I want you to have vegetables. I want more above ground vegetables than below ground vegetables. Below ground, beets, carrots, onions, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Oh, those are bad? No, they're fine. I just said more above ground than below ground. And the above ground have lots of fiber, okay? And the fiber in those vegetables is going to slow down gastric emptying again. So you have vegetables, whole foods. This is really, it's not complex. It's not rocket science. And you have protein thrown in there. That stomach is emptying slower. And just by doing that, these people with these CGMs, the continuous glucose monitoring agents, they're amazed. Oh my gosh, I can't believe, my curve used to go like this every time. And now it's just like this, and I'm controlled just by making some minor changes in how they eat their food. But you do have to be cognizant of the protein you take in. You do need to be getting vegetables. It's really sad that in my practice, meeting all these patients, that they never eat a single vegetable. They hate vegetables. They hate it from when they were a kid. Well, I can't eat anything. But the guy weighs 500 pounds. Okay, real life. And it's really sad. And I said, wow, we've got to do a few things to change you. And that's going to take a while. But again, remember the protein, remember the fiber, the vegetables, and slowing that down. Wow, you're going to get a nice, steady absorption of energy, because that's what this is about. We'll talk about that. So, let me move on. Diets depend on the situation. So I mentioned just a minute ago, starting with cooking at home as much as you can with whole foods, vegetables, fruit. Limit the amount of processed carbohydrates in your diet. I'd say cut them out completely. And everyone should be eating adequate amount of protein. I put down 0.8 to 1.2 grams per kilo per day. If someone weighs 150, it's roughly 75 kilos. You're looking 1 gram per kilo. That would be 75 grams a day. That would be bare minimum. I prefer a little bit more, 1.2 to 1.6 grams per kilo per day, and especially after exercise. And if someone's a bodybuilder, then we have to go way up beyond that. If you want muscle, you're going to have to increase the protein. And studies have not found higher levels of protein intake to be unsafe in patients without renal or kidney problems. If you're more sedentary and have trouble keeping weight off, try the higher fat protein or the keto diet. I used these for a while, especially, say, the guy that weighs 500 pounds. Wow, it's going to take us a while to burn all that off. When I started this back in the 80s, I think my first patient was 350, she was 42, and we went down to 150 in about a year and a half. And Well, she hadn't weighed 150 since before she was in 7th grade. So that was a big life changer. But again, it wasn't just getting her down there, but keeping it off. And that's where we get in, what Pastor Shane mentioned was you have to, yes, change your eating habits, but you have to increase that metabolism, getting it back up. So for the first time in her life, she was exercising. And I had her, because she weighed so much, I had to tape her ankles just so she could walk back and forth across the parking lot when she would see me. And that's how she started. A year later, she was actually lightly jogging, and she asked for permission to go to the gym. Well, I was living in Guatemala at the time, and there were no women in the gyms down there way back then. And so she was the only, and she was a North American, by the way. That's funny. Red-haired, big, and she was working out at the guys' gym. Well, anyway, she increased her muscle mass. She was able to maintain that off, and it was pretty amazing. So that's how I got started into this. It opened my eyes. If you're an endurance athlete or weightlifter, yeah, a little bit of carbs before and during a workout may be beneficial. Everyone thinks that that's the only thing you burn when you're exercising. You're going to burn your glycogen, but a lot of endurance athletes are now doing intermittent fasting. Why would they do that? Well, they're training their body to actually become more efficient at burning fat. So when you're doing this, it's slow oxidative metabolism of fat. That's what you're burning a lot during those endurance races. And then you come to the end, and you want glycogen stores. You want that surge. If anyone's ever done one of those events, I have, and you hit the wall, a marathon, and I don't know, 21, 22 miles, 26 is the finish, but you hit the wall and you have nothing. Well, this actually gives more of a reserve so you can pull that glycogen that you didn't burn into play here. Okay, if you struggle with inflammation or autoimmune conditions, multiple sclerosis, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, ketogenic or a carnivore diet may be beneficial to prevent relapses, actually to cause some relapses, and calm the immune system down. So with the carnivore diet, they eliminate all the plants, okay? Well, you said the plants were good. Plants are good, but sometimes there are specific plant proteins that are triggering this, this disease, okay? It's very, very complex. What I mentioned, food sensitivities, that's not a food allergy, but it's looking at IgG antibodies, and as opposed to IgE. And many patients having been already tested, we did everything looking at IgE, we found nothing. I found elevations in IgG, we eliminated 2 or 3 foods, many of the times it was plant proteins, and whoa, everything reversed, and it was pretty amazing. And I can talk more about that later if you're interested. But it's a very useful tool. I mentioned if with IgG food sensitivity there, if you struggle with IG issues or GI issues or any other unexplained symptoms, it's good to get that testing done. But a lot of people, they would not tolerate, for instance, the FODMAP diet. My gosh, they would not get their irritable bowel syndrome controlled. They'd get worse. They were getting more bloating and gassing. Well, gee, it's funny. It may not have been those particular foods. It was something else. But these are all tools that I'm describing here. So, in conclusion on the diets, there's no one size fits all diet. Fads come and go, the principles are the same. And I don't teach diets, I teach principles. Again, I'm teaching you how to drive your vehicle. And what works for one person may not work for another person. The goal is to be metabolically flexible. Remember, carb lane, fat lane, being able to change when you want to. So let's look at some of these stressors and how they can be a valuable tool in the fight to maintain our health. So stressors, why are they important? With proper nutrition at the core of it all that I mentioned, that's in the center, the rest of these elements add acute stressors to the body. Is stress really a bad thing? Well, it depends. Paracelsus said the dose makes the poison. And stress can be a powerful weapon in the fight against aging. We're thinking, no, stress causes aging. No, we're talking about momentary stressors that cause your body to react, and then you move back into midline again, and your body is better and able to withstand and function at a higher level. Stress combined with a proper dose of relaxation leads to a host of antioxidant, anti-aging, and anabolic, or building up, like muscle, pathways that are essential to target if the goal is optimal health. Acute versus chronic stressors. Acute stressors like exercise, fasting, temperature-sensitive therapy all stress the body in different ways. So when the body recovers, it allows the cells to return to the baseline state, which is homeostasis. But as I mentioned, better. So all stress affects the body. It's how we perceive it, the duration and circumstances, how it will affect us. Anyway, there are multiple studies on this. I mentioned here one on depression, and it had to do with how people viewed their stress that they were going through. That affected their condition. So it's all about how you perceive it. But not just that, but the duration that you're in that. If you stay in it too long, it doesn't matter how you perceive it. So I'm going to jump into exercise here. How sedentary are we? According to the CDC, only 28% of Americans are exercising enough. This means that 72% of Americans are missing out on one of the greatest preventive measures when it comes to health. The average American only walks around 3,000 to 4,000 steps per day, while the optimal range is around 10,000 for health and longevity. The reality is we're sitting about 9.5 hours a day in America. Now, when it comes to walking, okay, how far is 10,000 steps? Anyone know? Okay, it's about 5 miles. Okay, but you can get a lot in just walking here and there. Okay, but yeah, 5 miles. As far as this affects longevity, by the way, but for every 1,000 steps per day, you're increasing your longevity by about 10%. But it maxes out at about 12,000 steps per day. You don't get any added benefit, and it's one of those things that people just don't really think about it, and we'll try and cut out all of our walking time. We'll park at the parking spot closest to the store, okay, rather than park at the far end and get a few more steps in, okay. But that's a good thing. So 72% of Americans are missing out on one of the biggest things that could affect their health. So not exercising increases your risk of cardiovascular diseases, higher risk of heart disease, stroke, blood pressure elevation, cholesterol. Metabolic disorders like type 2 diabetes, that's also type 3 diabetes, Alzheimer's, increased obesity, it's all related. Once you hit a BMI, body mass index of 30, your risk of Alzheimer's triples, okay? And that's why In America, we have an epidemic now hitting of Alzheimer's. Remember, the obesity went from, in the 50s, we had about 10% of the population being obese. We had the majority of the population being normal weight, and then we had some that were overweight. Well, I told you the numbers earlier. That's completely, we just flipped the pyramid upside down, okay? So very, very different. Mental health issues, okay, they increase. Depression increases. Cognitive decline increases with that. You have weaker muscles, bones, higher fracture risk. Sign me up, man. This, reduced longevity, shorter lifespan, lower quality of life. He showed the video earlier of that man, two images of the same man, okay? Well, one's enjoying life, and there's no reason we shouldn't. And people tell me, oh, well, that's just what happens with aging. I go, no, what you're looking at is direct effects of the way you've been living. I have people that, come into my practice and they look like they're close to 90 and they're in their mid-50s. But that's been a really hard lifestyle. And a lot of it, there are things we can't choose and we can't avoid, but there's so much that we can. But again, we rationalize and we justify what we do. Other risk, poor sleep, weakened system from not exercising. And sleep, as Pastor Shane mentioned, this is one of the biggest factors that I look at with every patient that comes in to meet me, and we have a discussion about health. I always ask them, how do you sleep? How do you fall asleep? How long do you sleep? How do you feel when you get up? Does anyone watch you sleep? Okay, really? Because, oh yeah, my wife says I snore a lot. You ever stop breathing? Okay, we have an epidemic of sleep apnea. And whoa, atrial fibrillation, left-sided heart failure, pulmonary artery hypertension, those, the latter two lead to something called sudden death. Anyway, atrial fibrillation has its own risk, but those all increase. So anyway, I go through sleep and I make sure that they are sleeping. If I'm trying to treat some chronic illness or disease or a patient with fibromyalgia, absolutely, sleep is like poop at the top of the list. So benefits of exercise. So we have digestive health. It improves your digestive activity, and of course it's going to prevent constipation. People know that if you exercise and do this, all of a sudden, he's regular again. Cognitive function. It stimulates neurogenesis. So years ago, we knew that it was an observation that children that were very active and just playing, not the ones that are gaming or whatever on their breaks, but they're very active, it seemed that they were scoring higher in class on their test. So it led to experiments. They wanted to see if the exercise had anything to do with brain development. And sure enough, they used animals, and they used their brains to look at, but they found that if these animals would exercise, that they could produce new brain cells. Now, when I went through school, and it wasn't until, maybe 25 years, maybe less than 25 years ago, we believed that you were going to be born with all the brain cells you're ever going to get, okay? And then, we make all these connections, and then we go through a massive pruning somewhere in our youth, okay? And then we start branching out more, but you still only have the same number, okay? You never get any more. Well, it's not true. If you exercise and, a little bit of, cardiometabolic exercise is probably the best, but it stirs up neurogenesis, new brain cells. Where? In these little structures called the hippocampi. It means seahorse. Anyway, and those are central processing centers, and this is where you do all your critical thinking. That's a lot of your processing. And this is where you're storing all of this information we're saying right now. It's going into your hippocampi, one on either side. And then it gets uploaded to your cortex when? When you're sleeping. And that's why the sleep is also majorly important. So if you don't get the deep, restful sleep at night, because there's different stages. It's not just awake, sleep, like that. Multiple stages. And at different stages, different things happen. But we have to get into one of these deeper levels to be able to upload and wring out the sponge so that your hippocampi are empty. Okay? What for? The next day. You ever, gone and, well, I only got 3 hours of sleep. I can't think, I can't function. Man, I can't learn anything. Well, that's because your hippocampi they didn't get wrung out, okay? They didn't get restored. And if you're studying for a lot of exams, the worst thing you could do is cram. I'm going to stay up an extra 2 hours. Man, I've got this exam in the morning. The best thing you could do is, you can't think, you can't focus anymore. Go to bed, go to sleep, okay? Wake up an hour or two early, and it will be better than trying to work through that, okay? So, critical for that. The other thing that the exercise does is it protects the brain from rising levels of cortisol. Okay, it decreases your stress. Of course, you're going to have less cortisol, but it protects your brain from rising levels of cortisol. What does cortisol do to hippocampal cells? It shrivels and shrinks them, okay, and they end up dying. So you start losing them when you're stressed. Oh, no wonder I can't think. Okay, so what I mentioned about the exercise, when you exercise and you create these new brain cells, okay, you only have about 4 days, max, to use them. If you don't, they get reabsorbed. You lose them, okay? But if you read, study something, you're doing something analytical, critical processing, okay, whether you're doing math, you're learning a piece of music or a foreign language, or you're actually analyzing stuff. I don't care what it is, working in your garage and organizing stuff and creating a project. It's something where you're using your brain. That sends out these little dendrites and it makes those connections. Now you're hardwired. Well, that's it? I go, yeah, you keep those cells, okay? And you can use them. So you can actually regenerate and help your brain in its function. What structure gets hit very early on in Alzheimer's dementia? Well, you guessed it, the hippocampi. And so they do, volumetric MRI imaging of these hippocampi in these patients, and you can see where they actually, it's the MRI, but we're looking at the volume inside those structures. They're actually shrinking. And so you can improve your hippocampi, your brain function, the neurogenesis. So mood enhancement. We also know that the exercise reduces symptoms of depression and anxiety. And we've known this for years. And I did see a study in the last year, and it was dealing with exercise versus one of the SSRIs, the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, Prozac, Zoloft, Paxil, Lexapro, citalopram, or Celexa. All of those are the SSRIs. But anyway, it was a head-to-head study, and it looked like, whoa, it performs equally well exercise versus the antidepressant. Okay, and maybe even a little better, depending on how you look at the data. But it also had a little bit of synergy if you added the exercise to the SSRI, okay? So it actually made things better. But you would think that this would be a slam dunk. This is going to be prescribed and recommended by all physicians. No, not so. The majority of these medications are prescribed by primary care doctors. The psychiatrists, they know this, and it's part of their prescription for the most part, because they're up to speed on that. Psychologists, counselors, therapists, they all know about this, and so they're going to be recommending. So the first thing when someone comes in, I say, well, did your therapist recommend this? Oh, yes, they did. Okay, well, this is good. Okay, but again, you actually need to do the exercise. Yeah, but I don't feel like it. I go, it's part of your prescription. You want me to write it down? So, okay. So anyway, it's crazy good as far as effects on your mood enhancement. And we've always known about the endorphins and the runner's high. Yeah, these are feel-good molecules, okay? They make you feel good, but they're actually very good, healthy signaling molecules for your body. They do help you function better. Insomnia relief, so it improves the quality of your sleep, but also reducing sleep onset latency. So that means, okay, how long before you go to sleep from when you lay down? So what is the average? Okay, it's actually 10 to 20 minutes from the time lights are out, you're laying down there, and your mind actually goes into a sleep mode. If it's like within 2 minutes, you may have a problem, okay? Like you're sleep deprived or something, okay? But if it's longer than that, okay, then we're looking at some form of insomnia. But the other thing I mentioned were, the levels of sleep. So if you had, some kind of caffeine product, okay, caffeine's in green tea, caffeine is in chocolate, okay, caffeine, okay, we know all the other products that have caffeine, okay, but everyone, again, metabolizes caffeine differently too. Why? SNPs, okay? We all metabolize these molecules at a different rate, and it causes problems. But it will affect your sleep, the quality of your sleep. Oh, yeah, but I slept. I go, well, not as well as you could have. The other one is the alcohol. And I said, oh, yeah, if you, X-nay on that one. You need to eliminate that altogether. Oh, no, but I need that to go to sleep. Or that's just my habit. I have it every evening. Well, guess what? You may not sleep as well. What about these people? They just drink until they just pass out. And I go, yeah, but they wake up feeling like they didn't have any sleep, right? Okay? So the alcohol does not allow you to, you go through, you may be doing this all night. You'll never get down into that deep sleep or the REM sleep. Oxygen delivery. Okay, so we know exercise enhances efficiency of oxygen uptake and utilization, okay, throughout your body. It strengthens your ventilatory muscles. But this thing over here on mechanisms, increase VO2 max, well, that actually is increasing the efficiency of oxygen uptake and its delivery through your body and uptake in the tissues. So that's a very good thing that athletes are looking for, performance athletes, triathletes, long-distance runners, cyclists. They're all looking to increase their VO2 max. Most people never have that tested. It's very expensive and cumbersome to do. And then, of course, we know about enhanced muscle endurance. But I'm telling my patients, I want you to exercise. But you said it wasn't that important. I said, no, 90% is your nutrition. But the exercise is so important for all these reasons, and it's going to affect your metabolism, because the more muscle you have, okay, the greater your metabolism will be. And so I don't want it to drop. I want it to maintain or increase. And yeah, I may come back to that. So optimal exercise levels. The importance of balanced exercise. There was a study by Dr. James O'Keefe. He's a cardiologist out of Kansas City, I think. anyway, he looked at the amount of exercise. What is the sweet spot? How much exercise do we need before we don't gain anymore, or it's actually deleterious? And he's pretty much, I think he was an endurance athlete, and he was going all the time and pushing the limit. And he was a little surprised with what they found, but it was a very good study. It was back in 2023. So anyway, he kind of came up with maybe 150 minutes of moderate exercise per week. Moderate exercise is where you can do some type of, you're walking or you're well, not when you're swimming, you can't talk, but I was going to say, as long as you can carry on a conversation, that's moderate exercise. But light swimming, walking, maybe playing tennis, not hard tennis, but lots of different exercises. We're not talking about the high-intensity exercise or pushing it. That's for the younger folk, by the way. But when it comes to moderate exercise, there is no max. You can do as much as you want. But as far as the benefit, if you're doing it, you'll end up getting about, you increase your longevity. It's about 45-48%. But he adds in here 75 minutes of vigorous training per week. Now, vigorous training, that would be if someone were doing a lot of really hard running or cycling or something like that. But people say, well, I do a lot more than that. And I go, well, yeah, okay. But we're just talking about where do you find your sweet spot? So they do these curves, and we see a kind of a J curve, Well, your longevity starts increasing as you increase the time of your exercise. But then if you go too far, your longevity this is actually meaning you're dropping. You're past. In fact, it's worse than if you were doing nothing, if you were a couch potato, which is kind of sad. But there is a point where you can overdo it. So I know I've talked with Pastor Shane about this before, and is saying you have to work out smarter, not harder. And I had to, think about that as I was getting older. When I was in my mid-40s, I started to see some changes. So I have to back off here. I have to change my strategy. How can I optimize this as far as my overall health? So he said 75 minutes of vigorous training, and that could be like 20 to 30 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week, depending on how you structure it. Then the resistance training, that was another thing, 2 or 3 times per week. Now, lifting with weights, there are people that do, 1 or 2 hours a day, okay? And, well, they're trying to build a lot of muscle, but as far as improvement in longevity, you really don't gain a lot more past about 75 minutes. Well, let's just take the actual time that you're lifting being 75 minutes rather than not the time you're in your gym, because you have to have time in between sets and, changing different exercises. But saying about that amount of time, so we want to avoid the extremes to prevent overtraining. Risk of over-exercising. Well, this is interesting. Increased risk of atrial fibrillation. So people over 40 to 45, if they have super high intensity exercise, that could be distance running triathlons, intense competitive cycling, they have a 500 to 800% increased risk of atrial fibrillation. Okay, well, I saw this when it first came out, and I thought, oh my gosh, this can't be so. But the more I looked at it and the data, okay, it confirms, yeah. there is that, and that's what we were seeing in a lot of these athletes, and it was kind of embarrassing. Well, I shouldn't have this, why? Why is this happening? The potential for coronary artery calcifications, so the coronary artery calcium score, we were finding this number was going up, and I really thought, oh, come on, we have studies, showing this, showing that. I always read studies. I don't believe them when they first come out. I have to analyze them. But I will say, this one was very concerning. So going into the data on that, yeah, this was in the extremes of performance athletes, okay? But this wasn't in the younger. This is just in the older. It seemed to accelerate coronary artery calcium score. So, like I said, you need to work out smarter, not harder, and we need to understand what really changes. There's so much more that we have to learn about this, so many more questions to answer. So finding the right exercise intensity and volume for longevity. With moderate exercise, I mentioned walking, recreational cycling or light swimming. The thing they found was the social benefits and the group exercises. It was over in, it was in Denmark, the Copenhagen study, where they looked at this and they found that the exercise that improved longevity the most was tennis. Think of tennis or pickleball, and well, why? It had to do with the socialization, okay? It's that you're doing this with other people. Now, I don't know if that's, the same going to the gym and working out with a guy, and he's spotting you with the weights, and then you shift and all that. I don't know. I think there would be a benefit there. But anyway, the tennis with moderate exercise, we weren't looking at resistance or any of these others. But the tennis, well, if you look at running, swimming, cycling, 3.5 years. Weightlifting and treadmill, 1.5 years. Okay? Wow. Well, why? It has to do with the socialization. And this is the way the Lord wired us. This is the way He made us. There are physiological benefits, enhanced cardiovascular health and improved metabolic function that we mentioned. And I mentioned earlier a 45% drop in all-cause mortality with moderate exercise. So do I recommend just moderate? No, I recommend all of them. But it's the amount and the duration. Types of exercise: strength training. So we increase our muscle strength, bone density, enhancing metabolic health. And we actually can add, with the strength training, an additional 19% drop in all-cause mortality. So you have 45%. Now you're looking at 45, 64% drop in all-cause mortality just by maintaining your exercise levels. 40 to 60 minutes per week. That's kind of what I was mentioning. But I don't know, I think you could extend that out to 75 or so. 40 to 60 is kind of like right in the middle, but you could easily extend it out to 75 minutes per week if you're doing strength training, resistance workouts. And again, if you don't have a trainer, it would be good to have a trainer if you've never done this before, but having your sets at 70 to 85% of your 1 rep maximum, and doing 10 reps or no more than that. As far as that should be your limit, okay? So you need to up the strength. If you start doing exercise with resistance, what you started off with should definitely change, 2 months later, okay? It's going to change. You will not have the same effect because your body's going to adjust and say, We don't need to build any more muscle. We just need to build it. So you just get endurance. You need specific exercises. You need to get a combination of exercises put together if you're working in the gym. Proper form is essential. And then the next thing that's important is proper form. And then the next thing is proper form. So it's all about doing it right, okay? The next is high-intensity interval training. Well, high intensity is bad. No, this is what I do every day. I start off in the morning, and I will do these short bursts, intense activity. And what it is large muscle groups, rapidly activated for brevity, very short time. So this is 3 to 5 minute bursts, repeated multiple times a day. Yeah, I won't even get to the point, I mean, I don't think I break a sweat, but I do it for 5 minutes straight, and it's pretty quick, and I'm used to doing it, and then I go and start my day. But I actually do that after I get out of the shower than before, because I really don't, generate a lot from that. But what it does, it's what we refer to as a nitric oxide dump. And nitric oxide, one of the most important molecules in your body. There's a lot of important ones, but nitric oxide causes vasodilation. Nitric oxide is what Viagra releases. Okay, that's how it works. They were trying to find a coronary vasodilator, and they accidentally found it worked better for something else. Okay? But nitric oxide, that's what it releases. Well, then you should just do it for a long time. I go, no. A lot of the researchers were puzzled at this. Well, why don't we see these same effects? Because they studied cardio, and they studied resistance, and then they studied high-intensity interval training like this, these really short, brief bursts. They went head-to-head, and they found out, whoa, this is the only group that gets the massive mitochondrial replication and growth. This is the only group that gets growth hormone boosting. This is the only group that gets the testosterone to the levels. These get some, but this outperformed. Well, that's crazy. I mean, you're not doing anything. That's probably the biggest problem I'll come across with patients is, yes, it actually does something. Well, it can't do anything. It's like nothing. And I go, it's what I've been doing this for years, okay? Now, if you do cardio, if you do resistance later in the day, and you have to have at least a 2-hour break or that nitric oxide doesn't have its magical effects, okay? But if you do those exercises later, you get more bang for your buck. And any trainer worth his salt is going to know this. He's going to get more yield from his clients if he incorporates high-intensity interval. Now, there are classes at the gyms, high-intensity, and they're doing this for like 35 minutes or something. I'm not talking about that. That, I think, is too stressful, okay? That's more of the high intensity that I was talking about earlier. So, practical recommendations. Incorporating moderate exercise, strength training, and HIIT. That's what I was referring to. And that schedule that I just mentioned, I do the HIIT first thing in the morning. I may do it in the middle of the day. I can actually do this stuff in my office. I just close the door at lunchtime. I can do it very quickly, 5 minutes, boom, okay? And no one knows the difference, okay, except for me. And the other thing to note here is the overtraining. You really want to watch for signs and symptoms. If your body feels tired and it aches a little bit, that's fine, that's normal. But if you're really feeling run down and you're really hurting and the pain doesn't go away, we may have something else. So recovery strategies, we'll come to that. So exercise and longevity, it's an integral part to successfully successful, healthy aging. Muscle mass is a predictor of longevity in older adults. And in fact, some of these recent studies suggest that muscle mass in the elderly is a better predictor of survival than the body mass index. Okay, so as we get older, we get sarcopenia. That's just muscle loss. And as we mentioned earlier, having that muscle is so important for your metabolism. But it's important because you need strong bones, okay? And it decreases your risk of falling. Regular moderate exercise can reduce mortality around 35 to 42%. That was from the AMA. What I mentioned earlier was that quote of 45%. There's a lot of studies that show the same thing. Wow, so why don't we do it? It's free. I don't have a membership in a gym, okay? I do have some equipment at home, and I do all these other things on my own, but if you have a gym, that's great, because I think gyms are fun. The reality is we all need the proper balance of exercise and rest. It's well suited for our age and abilities to maximize health. So, conclusions on exercise. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. George Bernard Shaw. So, on the subject of fasting.
Yeah, I think we need to go in the Q&A. We
Yeah.
can get some of that at that point. So let's have the guys come help with the pulpit real quick. We'll go into Q&A. And remember, I already got some questions here, so we'll put up the number to text. If you don't have a texting, oh yeah, grab the laptop off. Pastor Abram can go around and hand you this. But we want to keep the questions kind of brief and to the point, and that's the only way we're going to be able to get through a lot of the answers is to kind of go quickly. So if you want us to expound, maybe talk to us privately. Afterwards, Dr. Paul will be available. And we'll probably, unless you have a specific question for Dr. Paul, just put there on there, or I'll try to chime in on some of the info as well. And so with that said, we're going to do how about the fifth text will get, there's a shirt, you can see my wife on these, number 5, can get the long sleeve faith shirt that we have in the office. So Dr. Paul, have a seat. And I'm going to try to go through these fairly quickly. Yeah, that one's yours. Again, text us at that number. Let me see if I can start with, well, we're going to have to go kind of quick because there's a lot. So what's the best way to give quick answers? And then if we want to elaborate, I know it might be tough. So I might start, I'll give a quick answer, and then you can elaborate, or vice versa. Are you guys ready? Some people are saying that the YouTube wasn't very loud at the beginning, Kevin. I don't know what happened with that one. So I'll start with the first one. I think the question is pre-workout safe before working out? I'm assuming they mean a drink. And so, I look at ingredients. I'm not a fan of, even though caffeine can obviously boost the energy a little bit, it also stresses out the heart a little bit more. So I don't do pre-workout drinks. I do intermittent fasting. So I try to work out actually on a fairly empty stomach, and I seem to have more energy. But thoughts on that?
And I use liquid ketones.
Oh yeah, exogenous ketones. You can buy them about $5 each.
It's beta hydroxybutyrate, and that's what happens when you fast. But you're basically getting a dose of ketones that would raise your level to about the level you get of water fasting for 4 days, and it gets there in about within 30 minutes. And and you get about 4 to 5 hours. I took one before we started.
I just did now when I went to the restroom. There are little things called exogenous ketones, and it's straight ketones. And so That's a good pre-workout thing as well because you're already in ketosis for that. Next question. Oh, this person put like 4 in one thread, so I don't know about this one. Holy smokes. Does cinnamon water help metabolism? I would personally say avoid some of those types of things. Yes or no? I guess we'll go quick.
Does cinnamon water affect metabolism?
I guess in the cinnamon in the water could increase
cinnamon can modulate and help with carbohydrate metabolism. Okay, it is important, but I don't know. I think it sounds like more of a marketing gimmick.
Yeah, exactly. And so this person is text number 2. I'm just reading off all of them. What do you plan ahead to avoid bad food choices when an event, stress, or anxiety trigger eating? What to do to plan ahead? Usually I try to eat a little bit before I go to the event, and so I'm not tempted with the taste of nuts and honey. Remember that commercial with the little bee? So I try to eat a little bit beforehand, or believe it or not, the power of the made-up mind. I mean, like, you know what? I'm going to continue on this fast. I'm not going to eat this. It's really easy for me to get through, but...
Yeah. We try to eat ahead, and then we bring our own food. You already know
True.
that.
Yeah, yeah. Which is kind of funny. I bring my own food too, and people are like, "Why'd you bring your own food?" Well, also it depends. I'm trying to get rid of seed oils and things, and just really, when you're trying to really fine-tune your diet, you don't want to have all these little, because there's always a potluck, there's always a party, there's always a barbecue, there's always a birthday. It seems like it's never ending. And so you do have to make a point to really make the difference. So can protein drinks replace clean meat to support adequate protein in the diet? I know that's why they call it isolated proteins, because they're isolating the protein from the meat into the protein powder. Personally, I think as God created it, is probably always the best route, because you also want those active enzymes
Absolutely.
with the meat.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay, so that was pretty easy. And if you always, Dr. Paul had a good example of how much protein. The best way to remember is probably a half a gram per your body weight. So if I'm at 200 pounds, I'll shoot for 100 grams.
Yeah, and again, I was doing it in kilos, but that's just a kilo is 2.2 pounds. So
Yep.
it's roughly the same. Yeah.
And with protein, you do have to be a little strategic, because it's not you don't take in as much protein as you think with our carbohydrate-rich culture. You have to be real strategic on that.
Yeah, they give you the proteins, by the way, with a lot of additional carbs on top of that.
Yeah.
So look for lower carb sources of those protein supplements. Yeah.
For me, just a trick, I like to have a lot of fresh caught tuna on hand. So just a can of tuna, a lot of grams of protein, pretty clean right there. What plant foods should be avoided to help with autoimmune disease? Again, I'll let you take it, but I think it's going to have to be a process of elimination, because some of the properties are different.
And back, I don't know, 30-something years ago, I put people on complete restriction. I took them off everything. I put them on a fast, and then I would add one food in at a time.
And see what triggered it.
It took forever. Okay, but later, when we came out with some IgG food sensitivity testing, that made it a lot easier for me.
Yep.
But the benefits of that is tremendous.
And do you guys know that cafe in Santa Clarita that's pretty healthy, supposedly? What's it called, Aubrey? Get Fresh? Or no? Eat Real. So I would go there every time. I'm like, I'm not feeling well. Get the same chicken sandwich. And one day I had a salad at a place with arugula on it. And it's the arugula that no matter how I eat it, I just feel like I'm getting the flu for like 30 minutes. Okay. So I cut out arugula, and there goes that problem. Isn't that weird?
The other thing is, when you're eating out, is they're not necessarily going to be eating or serving the best oils. Okay, it's seed oils, and well, it's a big deal. You know, they're natural. You know, if you're going to take two tablespoons of soybean oil, you're going to be eating this amount of soybeans. Not natural at all. Or, you know, 2 tablespoons of sunflower seed oil. Well, this much shelled sunflower seeds. Well, I wouldn't eat that much in a year, okay? But we think that's okay. The omega-6s are so toxic, linoleic acid. Now, linoleic acid is essential fat. Okay, we need it, but we have so much.
Moderation.
We've gone from 5% or less in this country as far as our consumption of seed oils. Now we're all but 5%, okay? We're almost all seed oils. So seed oils, why are they bad? Just real in a quick nutshell. They cause insulin resistance. They come in the back door. They get burned in the mitochondria. They produce all these free radicals. They damage your mitochondria, and that is behind, as I mentioned at the beginning, almost every disease I treat. And so people think, well, I'm not even eating carbs. How could that happen? If I eat some of those foods, I will feel lousy. It ruins my day, okay? And yet everything was supposedly healthy, and it was from, some vegan organic place.
Yeah, and I was just telling him of our experience. We went, the Odyssey restaurant? And me and Morgan went on our date there a month ago. I'm like, I'm going to eat healthy and feel good, and I felt terrible. It was steamed, I think, asparagus or Brussels sprouts, and a side of a few different sides of steak. Like, how do I feel? But all the oil those asparagus were cooked in, and then the steak, the sauce, each of those had their vegetable oils. And normally asparagus and steak, I'm good, but I felt my stomach hurt. I couldn't sleep well. So, I mean, it's sad, but eating out is just, you got to be really strategic. Okay, now we're going to text number 3. Okay, we should probably stop the texting, see if I can catch up. What does 5-minute HIIT look like? HIIT is high intensity interval training. So, can you show us an example? No. Well, you do squats.
Okay, yeah. So, I think, who was it? Bush, Dr. Bush, who did some of the studies on this, but they just chose 4 exercises. So these are too easy. If I do them, I'm going to do them with some weights in my hand, but it's basically this. So, and I'm doing like, say you do 15 of those, and then I'm 2, 4, 6, okay, and then I do 15 of those, and then I'm back to that. Okay, so if I did 15 seconds, 15 reps, okay, of each one, okay, and there's 4 exercises, well, there's 4 minutes right there, okay, and boom, I'm done, okay, or, oh, well, I want to do a little bit more, okay, well, just jump down and start doing some push-ups, or you get down on the floor and you're doing scissor kicks, and then you're doing some crunches, and then you're doing some jump over and do some mountain climbers, or you can do some, running in place, high knees. You can do some cross-country, like that.
You guys getting good examples
Okay,
today,
there we go.
Yeah. But it's funny, on high-intensity interval training, it's also based on creation. We are created, because I remember back in construction, I'd grab a heavy jackhammer, 150-pound jackhammer, pick it up, put some pipe above. I mean, we're created to do these things, and we don't do them now. So that's why we have to incorporate them into our life, because we're not just it's counterproductive. So that was text number 3. This is text number 4. Same question, but I think we already answered that. That's his 5-minute HIIT. Text number 5, Alfred Gochez. Did I pronounce that right? Okay, C. Morgan for the long sleeve brand new t-shirt, Faith t-shirt. Well, maybe I should have said your name, but this is a good question though. How do you feel about smartphone usage and health? My thought is we need to severely limit it even more, beginning with me, but unfortunately, it's,
Yeah, it's hard to avoid. There's a lot of research that's been done on EMFs.
You know what that is? The transmitting. I never hold it to
electromagnetic
my ear.
fields, and again, a lot of that has just been highly censored. And I personally know of a doctor that has been very outspoken on that. And my gosh, the government was coming after him, and because you're talking about $1 trillion industry. Okay, this is the entire globe, and they're wanting to ramp up, 5G. Well, let's go even beyond that. It does affect people, and by the time all this comes out, I'm sorry, Another generation has passed, and it does damage. It does affect your mitochondria.
I actually stopped when I would get heat. My face would get hot, so I don't even have the phone. And I stopped the watch because I would get my hand. Is that even the Apple Watch? It's like it's hot. I don't like it. So, yeah, we don't know the ramifications. I would avoid as much as possible, for sure. Text number 6. Help me keep track of these, Morgan. Number 6 is rheumatoid arthritis reversible? When I studied that, depends on how far you're in. It's like some cancer is reversible, but if you're at the end stages, it's...
Yeah, it's a very complex issue. There's multiple factors. You can't just simplify it, but I have had patients that have gone into remission, and they've been actually even doing intermittent fasting.
Oh, for
and,
sure.
And they would tell me, oh my gosh, I was getting my injections every week, and I was having pain coming on pretty strong near the next injection. But anyway, it was a couple, and they were doing it together, kind of, we'll do this, and commit ourselves to doing like a 4-day water fast. But after they did that, I don't know, several times, not consecutive, but they did that, he said, I am going, not 1 week, I'm going a month, and I'm not even needing my injection now. So he completely went off of that, but it had to do with, again, not just the intermittent fasting, but I changed his diet, optimized that, the microbiome, and I took him off all of these things that were adding. So there's no written guarantee, but nothing ventured, nothing gained, okay? No one had ever tried that. Mm-hmm. No one had ever suggested. I had another rheumatoid arthritic. She came in and she said, oh, doctor, she says, I'm in my second 7-day water fast. And I go, what? And she says, oh, you told me that you did that years ago with some patients. I go, yeah, but I didn't tell you to do it. She says, well, I wanted to do it. And she says, and I felt so good. It was the first time I'd felt this way in years. And so I wanted to do it again, just to get that feeling. She goes, because all my pain, my inflammation went down. It was great. And then the next time I saw her, months later, she goes, oh, I'm in my third 7-day water fast. And I thought, whoa, I'm not encouraged.
You create a monster.
Yeah. I said, well, take it easy, But she also had diabetes, so it actually helped control that. Her A1C was coming way down. Her weight was in control. She was feeling a lot better.
It's funny. I was just going to say, the best I've ever felt is 5-6 days into a water fast. Like if I could stay there, but you can't because you have to keep eating. So, but just so you know, localized inflammation is important. It's our body repairing. But chronic inflammation is often due to an immune response. Our body's trying to fight something. And that's with food and lifestyle play a huge role in that.
Right, and I was talking about that at the very beginning with that wheel.
Yep.
And chronic inflammation was one of those things that just tears your body down and causes it to age. Mm-hmm. But if you can block those things, and if you can stop them, okay, and the fasting is one of those things that actually turns that off. I was just about to, tell about that, but those switches, those epigenetic switches, it turns off inflammatory genes. Okay, and you get, NLRP3 inflammasome, big word, okay? Well, that's involved with a lot of chronic inflammatory process, including cancer cells, but it flips that off. And it actually flips off oncogenes, cancer-causing genes. It flips on tumor suppressor genes. Wow, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, just to break down what he said earlier, to simplify the importance of epigenetics, your genetics load the gun, but your lifestyle pulls the trigger.
Absolutely.
So genetics, sure, you can be predispositioned to cancer because your mom was in a certain way, the gene, but that doesn't mean that gene's going to be expressed. It can be actually muted. And then also at the beginning, when he said everything happens in the mitochondria, that's the cell, that's the little part in the cell, looks like like a capsule. And it produces ATP, adenosine triphosphate energy, and so everything's affected at that cellular level. And fasting, autophagy, cleans everything at the cellular level.
Absolutely. And so the mitochondria producing that ATP, that is why you are existing, that's why you're living, that's why you're breathing right now. Okay, and you produce massive amounts of ATP per second. So much ATP that you match your body weight within a matter of, minutes, if not less. Okay, so when you take in oxygen, where does it go? Well, it goes to my lungs. Then what? It goes to your bloodstream, into your cell. Then where? Mitochondria. Its function is to just accept an electron. That's it. And if that stops, that's what happens when you stop breathing.
Oh, yeah.
You stop breathing and you lose that electron passing on, and you're dead because you don't have ATP. But that's because you're producing so much. But that is what the mitochondria is about. So if you damage that mitochondria in any way, that cell becomes less functional. Mm-hmm. If you have a group of cells, that's a tissue, okay, and it becomes dysfunctional, and an organ becomes dysfunctional, and the next thing it's entire you. But that's going on in every cell in your body, these little mitochondria.
Yep, true. I like Troy's question. I fasted and my heart started pounding on day 2. What might that be? A symptom of it's water fasting. My guess is electrolytes.
Yeah, exactly. And you can
Potassium,
you can do a simple electrolyte drink. I mean, I use liquid IV. I use the sugar-free variety, but you can use that, or just a glass of good water, lime or lemon wedge, and a little pinch of sea salt,
yeah.
Stir it up, and you have a quick little electrolyte drink. And usually that's in the very beginning.
Yeah. People don't realize how important electrolytes are actually, by the name, they're sending electronic signals to the heart. And so palpitations, tired, it's like you're low in magnesium, potassium, sodium. So taking those electrolytes during fasting is definitely good. So that was number 7. Number 8, greatest way to get off hypertension medication. I'll leave this up to you. It depends, of course, what type of medication it is, and talking with your physician, usually weaning off, but also fasting, incorporated with diet and lifestyle changes and weight loss would be good. But what do you do?
Everything that I mentioned about whole foods and trying to just approach it from whole foods, eating the way your vehicle was designed. That's what I do. And as that takes place, their weight starts dropping. Even if your weight dropped down 10 or 15 pounds, it can make a difference in your blood pressure. So I've had patients that were out of control diabetic on medication. I put them on intermittent fasting, not all the time. They went off of all their hypertensive medication completely. That's another effect from intermittent fasting. And they also went off of all their diabetic medication. Their A1C actually came down to better than mine, and which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And they lost some weight, and they said, "Gosh, this is the easiest thing I've ever done." But they were off their diabetic med, they were off of their hypertensive med, and it was simple. Okay, great, have a good life. That was it.
But talk to your physician too, because let's say you decide to fast. Fasting lowers blood pressure, and if you're also taking medication to lower blood pressure, that could be an interesting combination.
You need to backpedal.
Yeah. And when he mentioned hypertension, what were we just talking about? If it comes to me, I'll remember. Let's see, what was that, number 7? Number 8, if you're eating a high-protein or carnivore diet, how important is it to get grass-fed, free-range, wild-caught, etc.? I'm pretty sure you're going to say important for sure, but also, not that we don't have enough to worry about, but grass-fed, how about now grass-finished? Did you know you can have grass-fed, but it can be fed all kinds of junk 3 months before being butchered? So now it has to be grass-fed and grass-finished. I mean, just the loopholes in these things drive me crazy.
Yeah, well, and is it grass-fed on
GMO?
out there, what's growing, or
yeah.
is it just, well, we're feeding it in the trough?
Yeah.
Okay, that's grass-fed. Okay, there's a little bit of difference there too.
But clean as possible. I mean,
But you get you get different changes in the meat.
the reason is because they'll inject the steer with growth hormone and antibiotics and other things, and ultimately what you eat, what they are injected with, is going to be in the meat, and and then if they're eating GMO corn, genetically modified, the grain, then the modifications, we're ingesting that. If they're sprayed with glyphosate, which is Roundup, then we're ingesting that along with the growth hormones and the antibiotics. And so just clean meat, when possible, is hard, but it does get frustrating and confusing. Was that number 8? Number 9. Oh, well, that's pretty interesting. I haven't eaten carbs in years. Do you need to eat carbs to survive? I don't believe carbs are essential. I believe fat and protein are.
Fat and protein are essential. Carbs are not. You can manufacture carbs from, the gluconeogenesis.
Oh, but he eats vegetables, so
okay,
that's it.
yeah, but those are carbs.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not anti-carb. I eat carbs, but it's the types of carbs, and trying to stay away from the processed carbs. We have nothing but, our diets are 70 to 80% carbs. Pretty low on the protein, and if we do eat the fats, they're basically the bad fats that we were talking about, mostly the seed oils.
And so, for many of you don't know, rice, bread, pasta, cookies, crackers, right? Carbohydrates that are highly processed. I mean, if you can get some clean sourdough with 3 ingredients, I actually eat, believe it or not, sometimes French toast. 1 piece of Ezekiel bread, low sodium, and 3 organic eggs. Cook that French toast, put some jelly on it without any sugar in it.
Yeah, and actually that's not necessarily processed. So if you're looking at Ezekiel bread, I mean, we have whole grain, we have cracked grain.
Doesn't taste that great though.
Huh?
Doesn't taste too good.
Yeah. Okay, whole grain, cracked grain, split grain, sprouted grain. Ezekiel is a sprouted grain.
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't have any flour. Okay, what's the difference? If you take whole wheat or white bread over here, it goes into your bloodstream like this. In fact, faster than eating out of the sugar bowl. Okay, it will spike your glucose. Most people don't know that. Mm-hmm. But if you look even on the bag, I saw it recently on Ezekiel bread, looking at a package, I go, oh, they put the glycemic index right there, and it was 36. Well, you can double that. 72, 73 to get what's in what's called whole wheat bread. Okay, that's processed. People say, well, that's natural. I go, no, high-speed mills, they came about, just a couple centuries ago. We had whole grain.
Yeah, a couple decades.
That's what Jesus ate, whole grain.
So, and with high glycemic index, it's the rate at which the carbohydrate releases insulin into your blood. So the higher on the index, the higher that insulin spike's going to go.
So glucose is 100, and everything is compared on its way down. So if we have whole grain at 36 and whole wheat up here at 73, okay.
Yeah, not too bad. And it's funny when he was mentioning the Ozempic that's so popular right now, GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide 1, there's 1 and 2, but it actually stimulates falsely glucagon, and so you think you're hungry. I mean, you're not hungry anymore, but really your body still needs the nutrients, and I think that's why the body's also depleting a lot. I mean, they look like they're on sick a lot of times because of the no protein that's coming in.
Yeah, sarcopenia.
Okay, number 10 winner for the $100 Sprouts card. Name is But again, if you need one, we can get you one. I can get you a few. We're glad to help. Is it Celeste? Celeste? Oh, Celeste. Oh, she's back there. Celeste. Okay. Is it okay if I read your question, or you want me? I don't have to. You can still win. It's okay? Maybe you can clarify too, Kim, does the alcohol have the same effect as beer for sleep, but beer is alcohol. So I think it really affects
different,
sleep.
the different beverages, they, for the most part, they just have differing amounts of water added.
Sure.
And so, beer, well, it's light beer. It still has the same amount of alcohol in it, and if you do the math anyway, it just has the same effect.
Alcohol is, I think, one of the worst things for sleep disruption.
Yeah.
I mean,
in fact, any textbook on sleep medicine is going to say, boom, nix that.
All right, well, she won the $100 gift card. How do I reduce LDL naturally? And is LDL supposedly the bad guy?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd want to reduce it, but let's say if somebody does.
Okay, so LDL is a low-density lipoprotein, and there's more than one type of LDL.
Oh, big
And
particle
so
size?
when we do the NMR lipoprofile, which you're familiar with, and so we look at that, there's many of them, but just to try and answer that, there's large, fluffy, buoyant, pattern A, small, hard, dense, pattern B. That cholesterol, the pattern B is what we find oxidized and ending up in the wall. What drives pattern B production? Glucose, sugar.
So I think that's the main culprit.
And the large, fluffy, buoyant, okay, it's fat, okay.
And that's a good one to have.
Whoa. But not all fat's good, okay? And so it gets a little, there's too many studies to quote and go into, and even in the last year, there was oh my gosh, when was it? It was just, and just in the last year, we were looking at LDL particles. Okay, we're going to start here, and all these people, it was nearly 180,000 that were looked at over a 12-year period of time. And as time went on, this is your longevity. So you don't want to be on this curve. You want to be on this one up here. So these two bottom lines coming down like this, well, that was the below 70 to 99, and the other one below that was below 70. Well, what are the national standards for lowering LDL cholesterol? You have to get it below 100. Well, if you look at the line above that one, it was actually 190, okay? And then it was 100 to 130, 130, 160. It went up to almost to 190. So, well, wait a minute. That just doesn't make sense. Well, that's right, and that's why we have a lot more to investigate. The problem is it's not just the cholesterol. Pastor Shane mentioned that cholesterol is super important. Okay, it's one of the most important molecules in your body. In fact, you die if you don't have cholesterol. If you lower it too low, that was why it would explain. If you lower it too low, your
side effects,
your mortality, your all-cause mortality goes up. And cholesterol is being packaged by your liver. And if you don't take it in dietary-wise, your liver is going to manufacture and make it. And what for? Well, it pushes all those vehicles, they're called lipoproteins. They're going to push them out, LDL, HDL, VLDL, and it's going to deliver it. Now, what for? The cell needs it. Every cell in your body is made of a bilipid protein layer. That's what the cell walls are made of. And it's very organized in the structure. But it also needs some cholesterol in it. So if you frame this room and the building inspector comes in and says, not enough cholesterol, tear it down, doesn't meet code. Okay, why? Because the cell will die. It actually needs the cholesterol as part of the functioning of the cell. So is that all cells? Yeah, all cells. Okay, so that's why we need fat and protein, and we need the cholesterol in there. Well, why is it so bad? Cholesterol doesn't get into that wall until you take down the protective coating inside your blood vessels. It's the endothelium is lined with something called glycocalyx. I know I'm getting into a rabbit trail here.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Well, the endothelium is the lining of the cell, or the lining of the vessel, and that's where the damage is.
So the endothelium is the lining of your blood cell, and there's something called glycocalyx, and if you thin that out and remove it, and you get these patchy areas with no glycocalyx, that is when the wall gets dinged. Up to that point, those red blood cells and white blood cells, platelets, and all those factors, they don't really touch the wall itself. And what is glycocalyx? It's the same structure you find when you pick a fish up out of the stream. That slime, that is glycocalyx. Oh, the fish just, nothing sticks to it. It's protecting that fish. And the same thing with every square millimeter of your endothelium, your arteries, okay, are lined with this. So that stuff never touches. If you thin it out, boom, that's when it starts happening. So the little dings, nicks, rending of the fabric, so to speak, that is going to create little platelets to come in, try to repair it. And oxidized LDL cholesterol, mostly pattern B, ends up in that wall. And it sets off, because it's oxidized, by the way, it has to be oxidized first. It sets off this inflammatory process, and that's how you get arteriosclerosis and plaque. Now, this thing about the glycocalyx and the thinning and all that, that's relatively new research, but it hasn't come down, into being taught. Doctors are basically told the main thing is just lowering LDL cholesterol, and it's not necessarily the case around the world. And there's not, just because the majority of people believe in it, there's a consensus, doesn't mean it's real or right. We have to go back again, going back to the studies that we based everything on. Why do the Eskimos have no heart disease, but they're eating high amounts of fat? Okay, why is this? Or we were talking about the 7-country study. Wow, how come that information never came out? Well, there's a lot of money tied into this.
Yeah, and the medical industry usually is about 20 years behind.
Yes.
I don't know if you knew that, but all this breaking research, they're still back 20 years. So it takes time to get cut up. That's why they're still recommending statins. Statins actually tell your liver to stop producing cholesterol. So there might be a time and a place where you can talk to your doctor about that, but that's not the answer necessarily. And I could be wrong, but I believe when they studied all of the centenarians that are over 100, they all had high cholesterol and high LDL.
Okay, so they fit into those curves those lines that I was just showing you. The centenarians, and this was a 35-year-old Swedish study. Actually, there's more than one. There's lots of them on the centenarians, and they found out the biggest predictor was the HDL, and so we have a lot more newer studies showing HDL. So what do the insurance companies look at? They want to look at your total cholesterol HDL ratio. But the cholesterol profile that 99% of everyone out there is getting, it's the same test I was using 35 plus years ago. It hasn't changed any. But what we mentioned earlier was the lipo profile, the NMR.
What he's mentioning is a small particle size has a tendency to stick easier. The big fluffy particle size doesn't stick. Don't get confusing, but yeah, it's a little confusing. Also, I remember what I was going to tell you. Did you know 100 calories from broccoli has more protein than 100 calories from steak? Yep. Test it. Look at. Now, obviously, a big steak's going to have more protein, but if you take 100 calories of steak, a little bit, 100 calories of broccoli, that broccoli is going to have more protein. So you can get it from the other things.
It's a lot of broccoli, by the way.
That is a lot of broccoli. 100 calories of broccoli is a lot of broccoli. Okay, this might, and again, we're going to have to go, to get through these all, we'll have to go pretty quick, and you need to get your kids, and you can come back in if you would like. What do you suggest in a sleep habit? I have trouble sleeping throughout the night. I wake up every hour, so I'll let you take it, but what I found, what really helps is, like you talked about earlier, if you have any caffeine, have it in the morning because there's a half-life. and it still will mess up your sleep at night.
At least 6 hours.
At least 6 hours, nothing. I wouldn't even eat. If I was trying to get good sleep, I would stop eating hours before bedtime. And also, this before you go to bed is not a good idea.
Yeah, you need at least 3 to 4 hours after your last meal. That's another thing where people are having trouble with losing weight. Well, I'm just eating one meal a day. And I go, and what time? And I go, oh, as soon as I get home from work. And I go, then when do you go to bed? About an hour or 2 hours later. And I go, so you're one meal a day. I go, that's the sumo formula. That's what sumo wrestlers. I go, they'll eat this huge meal at bedtime. That's it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they might work out all day. They're athletes, okay? They work out, but they gain weight on purpose.
Right. Okay, this might just be the quick answer because we could go deep on this one too. The benefits of infrared sauna, basically red light therapy. I know it affects the body.
All right. So short, near infrared, as opposed to longer wave, far infrared. That would be better as far as mitochondrial benefits. If you do this. Even the Swedish saunas, those are fine. But the heat, it causes heat shock proteins. It causes changes. This is one of those stressors that I mentioned.
Hormesis, a stressor.
Yeah, you stress the body. You create these proteins, and it actually has anti-inflammatory effects. Has tremendous cardiovascular effects. Studies on reversing, improving heart failure patients. Okay, blood pressure changes and increasing longevity. So this is really big as far as, do the saunas help and the near infrared and just get the full spectrum, okay? But it is actually beneficial.
Yep, I agree. And then have you heard of sea moss, and is it good to take? I mean, other than the iodine benefits, and the thing with supplements is nothing is a magic pill. You know, everybody wants to, can I take this, get your diet and activity and all that in check, and then sure, have some seaweed if you want.
Have a variety.
Have a variety. But, I mean, sea moss is not, other than the standard properties of the greens and the chlorophyll and the iodine.
Right. And so you want a little bit of everything.
Yeah, so it can't hurt, but that's not going to be the answer in and of itself. Best foods to eat for hair and scalp issues, assuming probably a woman losing hair.
Best foods?
How effective can the food be in combating other factors of stress and genetics? And I think it's everything you talked about. So,
no, the diet is the key with the hair, and it's also balancing hormones and making sure. There's a lot to be said about, making sure your adrenals are functioning well, which affect your thyroid, and your thyroid affects everything. And where are the thyroid receptors, T3 receptors? At the mitochondria. That's what turns the factory on. If you don't have enough, you're low thyroid. Oh, I'm so sluggish. Oh, I can't think. My bowels don't move. My skin is dry. Those are all functions of various tissues and cells based upon mitochondrial function. So if the mitochondria aren't healthy, okay, boom. But it's all about the thyroid.
So yeah, there's nothing you could take specifically for that. It would be getting the whole body healthy. And a reset. Start working on these areas we talked about slowly and make the changes and wean off all the things that you should wean off of. What is the latest length of time to eat before bed? They recommend a minimum of 3 hours. But I know people have went 6 hours, and the longer you go, actually, the better. Like if sometimes when I do a water fast, the deepest, best sleep in the world is when fasting. So probably because what happens, you eat, and then now the body's processing, assimilating, digesting, breaking down. You've got all this energy. The blood is flowing again, so it makes it really hard for the body to rest.
One of your body's most energy-consuming process is digestion, and so your body is not resting while you're sleeping.
No, it's repairing, right? Repairing, working, and resting.
Yeah, and so you want that really dialed down by the time you get in, because your brain needs to restore itself.
Yep.
And it needs to clear itself out. Your brain, your cells have waste material. It's called poo anyway. It exits your body, but your brain has the same waste material, but it empties through the cerebral spinal fluid, the lymphatics. And so when is it going to do that? When you sleep. What happens if you don't sleep?
Yeah, exactly. I think we touched base on this, but just to remind you, what do you recommend for a diabetic to eat to lower weight and lower blood sugar? This is one case where I would highly recommend the ketogenic diet, because diabetes is a result of insulin spike, and you've been eating carbs so much and the body's now resistant. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard of is insulin's the problem because it's so much, your body is resistant to it, so you're going to go to the doctor and they're going to give you more insulin. It makes no sense, but they have to because they're injecting, you got to have insulin. So the best thing to do, I would incorporate intermittent fasting, which is you only eat within maybe a 6-hour window, again, my opinion, and then you have all the healthy, God-given, fish, lean meat. I would just eat vegetables and protein if I was trying to do something like this, maybe a little bit of fruit. But
and basically, the whole food diet that I was mentioning, and I mentioned about the protein and the vegetables and slowing down gastric emptying, all of that is key. The intermittent fasting, I will put people on that. I say you don't have to be on it 7/7. You could do it 4 days a week, 5 days a week. I tell them to change it up, do different routines. Basically, I look at a lower carb, healthy carb, adequate protein type diet with healthy fats. It's kind of the Mediterranean, but I'm dialing down all of those high glucose carbs. Starches.
And if you need to leave and you got a ticket, see Morgan in the back. She's got the shirts for you. Also, if this was your question, diabetic, if you want a lot more information, you grab one of Dr. Paul's books, or also watch a lot of Dr. Jason Fung's videos. I've actually have on Audible the complete guide on fasting, and it's like 8 hours, and it goes in deep of how it can reverse. Type 2 diabetes is actually, we're creating it by our lifestyle. It's not woke up someday and I have this disease. It's over time, and it can be reversed big time.
Yeah.
Any benefit of olive oil and avocado oil being a seed oil? Well, avocado's from the avocado.
It is a type of seed oil.
Yeah,
and it's oleic acid. You have some of these others that have high oleic acid, but again,
I think it's in the processing, right? Because if they say cold pressed olive oil, you're taking the olives and you're cold pressing it. Here's your oil. With the seed oils, you're running it through a chemical process. All this goop comes out. They convert it to this. Then they run it through this solvent system to get this oil left over. So I think it's in the processing. And what it does, it shoots the omega-6 ratio way off chart.
Yeah, so you do want to get extra virgin cold pressed. Okay. People have been cutting their oil, and they've been cutting it with canola. I saw a label that said olive oil, and at the bottom, in fine print, it said guaranteed to contain at least 10% olive oil. It wasn't. It was canola oil. Okay, and this is by a big brand anyway. So they do that. But the studies on the polyphenols, when you process it, and it's not extra virgin, but they found that these polyphenols had incredible cardiovascular benefits and protection, in them. So,
and that's why I don't personally call them seed oils. I call them processed oils. I try to avoid the processed oils that are not natural. They're actually not in their natural state. You don't have a canola seed, or a safflower seed, or a sunflower seed. You can watch videos on how they're produced. You'll get sick. It's amazing. Let's see. Oh boy. You could probably ask some of these too afterward to Dr. Paul, because regarding menopause, HRT or HRT, that's a whole. You have to look at their whole profile. HRT's hormone replacement therapy. So sometimes with menopause, estrogen, with men needing testosterone, and you probably have to look at the blood panel. What's their lifestyle? What are their symptoms?
I never just look at hormones.
Yeah, you'd have to look
And
at the whole.
again, I go back to the nutrition, and it's like guys with testosterone. They go, well, I just want testosterone. I go, that's not your problem. I had a guy that, he was hypertensive, diabetic, sleep apnea, and very obese. And after 1 year, I told him, I said, he says, man, I feel great. Okay, he's off all of his medications. Everything, his sleep apnea is gone. And he says, man, I feel like my 30-year-old son. He was 58 at the time. And I said, well, you should feel good because I tested your testosterone when I met you. And he goes, you did? And I go, yeah, it was like, you had a level of like 200. And what is it now? And I go, it's like 680.
That's good.
And okay, and again, that's actually above the average for when testosterone peaks in a young guy, 25, 26, something like that. Well, that's higher than the average, okay? So he felt good, and I thought, yeah, wow, that was amazing. But I never told him I tested him, but I always look at everything. But again, all I did was changed his diet.
Yeah. Because once we just prescribe a hormone, we're not sure if that's going to work. Usually I don't talk about things like this, but it's a health seminar. I'm glad I met Pastor Paul, told you, Dr. Paul. Before I did, I shared with him that my local doctor, Abram knows I was not in a good spot, just what's going on. I'm tired and just gaining weight. And he put me on testosterone, cypionate. And he gave me everything. I told him 2 needles so I can use one to load, because it dulls it, and then you put another one on for the sharp. And then because I'm used to inject, and for 3 weeks I was like, I need to stop. I'm moody, I'm angry, I can't sleep well, I feel 10 times worse. And then I met you, and you're like, well, you got to look at a lot more than just your doctor just said start taking this. So when you start looking at the diet, the stress, taking time off, and you can get that level to rise. So I only did it for 3 weeks because he said, yeah, this is probably what you need. And my testosterone was 230, which was actually kind of low, but it was later in the day. I wasn't in a fasted state. You have to do it in the morning when it's at the highest peak, and you also have to look at what's free testosterone, not the total testosterone. You want to know how much testosterone is actually active, and so that added a whole new life.
Yeah,
so my point was, you don't
exactly.
just jump into try this, because I was not in a good spot. I didn't want to come to church. I didn't want to preach anymore. All from this little hormone, 100 milligrams of cypionate. 100 milligrams a week, and it jack. But I don't think it's wrong if it's working for some people. As I get older, I might need to look into that too.
There are people where it's appropriate, and
For sure.
there's other things that I do to help with that, and even the exercise that will stir up and stimulate testosterone. We mentioned even the HIIT workouts. Well, that increases testosterone. Wow.
Fasting does, right? Growth hormone.
Yeah. There is some research on that as well.
Okay.
There is.
Okay. I think if I got to that.
Yeah.
2 more giveaways. The skill. That's actually the next person. Come up. Oh my goodness. Luis. Luis. Okay. I don't know if he'll want it. Maybe I should. Oh, he won? Okay. Well, so I don't want to answer his questions. What to eat to treat a fever? Believe it or not, they used to fast. The best thing to do is to let your body heal itself and not eat.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have.
Do you want me to comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so where does the fever come from? That's
your body,
that's
right?
The virus is causing the fever. No, your body's causing the fever. Why? If you elevate the temperature a little bit,
Kills the virus.
it actually stirs up the immune system. It's better at fighting it. So what happened? Well, the immune system said, hey, we need to fight this thing. Let's turn on, this is at the hypothalamic level, turns on your thermostat and says, raise it up a couple notches, okay? And so that's all because of your immune system. So what happens when you get sick, I lost my appetite, the virus just took my appetite away. Was it the virus or was it your immune system? Okay, well why would the immune system do that? I gotta keep my energy up. I need some Gatorade, or I need some kind of sugary drink, because you got to keep your energy there. And I go, no, that's the last thing you want. because the sugar weakens your immune system. Okay, well, why would my immune system shut off my appetite? Because if you shut off your appetite, you stop eating carbs. Your body's going to go into ketosis. It's going to start burning fat, okay, for energy. And then at the end of the fat molecule, when you burn that thing, you have ketones. And the ketones, beta-hydroxybutyrate, it flips those genes. This is the epigenetics, and it starts flipping them. Well, one of them is called autophagy, okay? From this, the SIRT1 gets hit, and you end up having the cell cleaning up itself. So one of my patients from 2 decades ago during COVID, he sends me an article. It was a new study, SARS-CoV-2 and intermittent fasting, because he knew this was my area. And it says SARS-CoV-2 hates autophagy. We've known that for years, not with SARS-CoV-2, but we've known it, that when you have an infection, what's going on? COVID's inside. It's manufacturing its proteins, not just one, but it's multiple. It's manufacturing them out of your equipment, and they're not all put together yet. They're not assembled. So your cell's accumulating all this stuff inside. But if you're in autophagy mode, guess what? The cell says, wow, I need some energy. Hey, start stripping the wallpaper. I don't know, we'll do anything. Oh, hey, what are all these proteins doing over here? Oh, we don't need these. Okay, and in this case, it's SARS spike protein. And we're going to just put them in these little lysosomes, and we're going to dissolve them, and we're going to use them for energy. By the way, that was our materials that the virus used. Okay, it's using your own little building blocks to manufacture viral particles. So the virus is saying, hey, you're hurting me. Okay, I can't replicate. And so that's the one thing you want to do is, okay, yeah, starve. It's not starve a cold, feed a fever. It's basically starve them out. Okay, your body has plenty of energy, and you can go for days. All you need is to keep up on your fluid, your electrolytes. Sorry.
Oh no, that's good. I mean, did you catch that? The bottom line is for a fever is you don't feed it, because now your body has to digest and assimilate and process this energy you just took in, and it takes away from fighting the disease.
Absolutely.
And also, this might ruffle some feathers, but you might not want to always run to that Tylenol to cure anything to take away the fever. There are exceptions, right? We had a 2-year-old. I'm not going to let her cry. But there are times if you let let it run its course versus trying to.
A little bit is okay. A lot, that's very uncomfortable. It's not necessary.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a good alternative to ketone IQ, which is the exogenous ketones that you can drink like this? As of now, I don't know of any.
There are alternatives, but
they're not
you're asking me if there's good alternatives?
For most people, I wouldn't get caught up onto that. They're $5 for something like this. It's going to get expensive if you take 2 a day. You can put your body in ketosis. We just use it if we're like on the run and we can't eat or something.
And the reason I use it mostly is if I'm reading, studying, doing research, or giving talks like this, I want my brain to be sharp. I want to be alert. Well, it focuses the brain. I was sharing this with a patient about fasting, and she said, oh, doctor, you can stop right now. I'm embarrassed. I already know this. And I go, you know about fasting? Oh, yeah. I think I put it in my book. It was, I was doing my oral dissertation at Oxford in the UK, and I go, PhD dissertation, really? And she goes, oh yeah, so I put myself into a water fast. Why would she do that for her PhD dissertation? Because it gives you a super focused brain. Mm-hmm. That's what ketones do. And I was shocked. I go, wow, that's a first. And I said, I bet everyone thought you were committing suicide. And they go, yeah, why would you do that before you're doing your most important dissertation? And anyway, that's the point.
Well, I mean, it was all those Aristotle and all those who had their students fast for weeks. It's very common practice.
Hippocrates.
That's who it was.
He was a father of medicine. He used fasting as a treatment. They didn't know why it worked, but they knew it worked, and they described the effects. They were a very good observationalist.
So this is a question, I'm not going to use the word, but it starts with VAC. And let's do this. Okay, because YouTube will take me off again. You know what I'm talking about? Or a 21 gauge right here. VAC. Yeah, they said it out there. But the question is, do foods directly link to autism? I think, the food coloring and all that for sure. But let's throw in there too your opinions on the jab. Because I think sometimes it's, maybe a person would need to consider some, but we don't need all 44, whatever they are, and with the COVID and just being careful and sensitive too.
Well, this will probably be.
Because I don't know what your position is.
This will be pulled off. If I comment on it, they won't. They'll pull it off.
Okay. Well, we can say foods do affect autism. I think, or no? Let's use the word A.
Yeah, no. It's what I mentioned about dysbiosis. I had a friend of my son's a few years ago. He says, he's doing his senior paper on at the university on autism and the microbiome. And I said, hey, that's great. He goes, you know about it? And I go, well, yeah, I know. It's nothing actually new. What he was saying, it takes 20 years sometimes, or 30 years sometimes, for the rest of the community. But they were looking at this decades ago. And there's a link between the microbiome. It's called the gut-brain connection, but the microbiome, this is your gut bacteria, and autism, Alzheimer's, depression, anxiety, various other mood disorders, schizophrenia included.
For sure.
It's not all the same, and I'm not saying, that's just the whole cause, but it actually contributes, and they've linked that to autism. But that's one of many things. If you go to a autism conference, you'll find that they talk about a number of things that are linked. And even surprisingly, I think their number 3 was EMFs, which, what? Okay.
But kids have been on computers a lot more.
This is electromagnetic fields, okay. And they're going, well, that's crazy. I go, well, yeah, but no one's going to talk about it because it's very threatening to the individual if they do. So, and I'm not an expert on that, so.
You said feed more proteins to people with cerebral palsy. What about kids? The same? I'm assuming so. I don't know. I don't remember you saying anything about cerebral palsy and protein. Did you?
No. Well,
let's just. Should people with cerebral palsy eat more protein? I don't know if that's going to.
Well, it's not going to harm them. If anything.
But it's not the magic bullet. Yeah.
No. I mean, you want adequate muscle function. So again, it all comes back to optimizing your mitochondria in every cell in your body. That includes the muscles. That includes the nerves.
Remember, the mitochondria is that little capsule-shaped thing in your cell that controls a lot of the health of the cell. That's a good question. For supplements, what would you recommend, the basic like vitamins? I mean, if I'm thinking, of course, vitamin K, vitamin D, there's a D3,
well,
B complex.
Okay, if I had one vitamin that, if I had nothing else and I was just going to pick one vitamin, and I didn't have access to the sun.
Oh, D3, yeah.
It's D3. And by the way, it's not a vitamin. It's a steroid hormone.
Yeah, it is a hormone.
It's built from, get this, cholesterol. So cholesterol is what you make all of your steroid hormones from. So your testosterone, your estrogen, your progesterone, your aldosterone, cortisone, all of those are built on the cholesterol molecule. So if you lower it too low, you start to have dysfunction. And so super, super, super important.
Do you use sunscreen? If you do, what kinds? Just gotta be careful.
Okay, I get some sun, but then my wife says, okay, you hit your limit. And
I hear the same thing.
Okay, so I use some, but I don't use any of the EDCs, the endocrine disrupting chemicals, EDCs, and that's been well documented. When I started in medicine, normal sperm counts were from here to here.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Okay,
how much
and
it's
if you go below here, that's called infertility. Okay, So now, normal sperm counts, this is the high, and this is the low. Oh, well, you mean this isn't infertility? No, this is what they call normal now. Okay, and this is infertility. Well, how did that change? Well, it changed because of all of many factors, including the diet, but the endocrine disrupting chemicals, which things like, I don't want to mention brand names, but anyway, you can look this up, and you can look up safe sunscreens without EDCs. But there's a number of them, but they will affect you, and it gets absorbed through the skin, as you mentioned.
Well, yeah, the endocrine, maybe some of you don't know, the endocrine system is the system of ovaries, testicles, pituitary glands, the thyroid, very important system. And these chemicals that a lot of the kids are putting on as deodorant, on their skin, in their hair, it disrupts that. It disrupts the signal, the pathways for them to communicate with the body. And it's just, and that's what they're finding. It's just really the young generation, especially from all these products.
Yeah. So there are safe sunscreens. There's zinc. There's titanium.
That's what it was. I forgot the name.
And they're not the, gosh, years ago, the zinc paste that you put it on and you turn white. And okay, it's kind of clear. You really have to rub it in well. It's a little bit harder than the others, but it does very effectively block a lot of that damaging. But you do need some sun, and vitamin D is the one vitamin I would go for. It's not a vitamin.
Does avocado oil cause insulin resistance? I would say it would be better to prevent it.
I've used it for patients, and I said, that meal that you just described, and you told me what your CGM, the monitor on his arm, I said, you told me you spiked up to 180. I said, take that exact same meal, go home and add half an avocado to it, and then show me your curve. He comes back, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. It wouldn't even hit 150, the same exact thing. And I said, what it was? Well, it was the fat? And I said, well, the fat was good because it brings satiety, satiation. I'm satisfied. I'm not hungry. That's one of the problems when you go high carb. You will never be satisfied. You could put some fat, healthy fat in a meal, you'll feel satisfied. But I said, that's not the reason. The reason is the avocado is just loaded, chock full of fiber. And the fiber, remember the analogy with the stomach, with all those above ground vegetables? The fiber is what slows the glucose absorption.
Yeah. And probably one of the highest things that raises insulin on the glycemic index is probably plain white bread, or something like that. If you put like some grass-fed butter and avocado on that, it slows it down considerably, the insulin rate. So that's why fat is also really good. This whole thing of getting rid of fat, I mean, we really swallowed it hook, line, and sinker on that one. When it comes to alcohol addiction, fasting can affect recovery in a positive way. Absolutely. There's actually that book by Herbert Shelton. In other words, that's how they used to handle a lot of chronic alcoholism, is put them away into a fasting clinic for weeks, and it would just take time for that addiction to finally break. Unless you want to add to that, but I think
no.
Let's see. I would grab Dr. Paul's book. My books are free too. How would you go into water fasting if you've never done it? And how would you lean back into eating? We break down all that because you want to be careful about refeeding syndrome. If you're on a 7-8 day water fast and you start eating normally again, your potassium, your sodium, all the levels, your electrolytes are off, your microgut biome is you can get really sick. I got real sick. Like I was in bed for a day hurting. Right. But the best way is to just, in the past you could just go for it, but now we're so addicted to things, you might want to wean off caffeine, sugar, processed foods, and then jump into a water fast. Try one day, try 24 hours. I've known people, the longest water fast ever in recorded history is about 352 days or so, 380 days. Man in Scotland, the doctor's supervision, they had him on multi-minerals, vitamins. He went from like 400 pounds to 180, only gained back 10 of those pounds at 195, maintained 195. Because the body, you're not starving, the body's still eating. It's eating your stored energy. And so, but I would recommend walking into it slowly. And his book's good for, showing you how long. Even try a 2-day, 3-day. Just see how the body's feeling.
I tell people don't jump into the deep end right away. Just do it gradually and a little bit at a time. Try it out. Try, extending, your fasting window a couple hours, and then a little bit more and a little bit more, but you don't have to do it every day all the time.
And then what's the best way to slow down or start to prevent? We might have already answered this on dementia, but I hate to keep saying this, but fasting is probably one of the best ways to begin. But you do have to go deep. You have to take it to the Lord. The longer you go fasting, the deeper the healing's going to be. However, you have to balance to health. That's why doctor supervision is good. I mean, if your heart's racing and you can't sleep well and you're causing more damage, maybe you've got some liver issues or kidney. Remember, those are going to be taxed because your body's removing all the toxins. So it is a balancing act. But is there any other thing you know of for reversing or slowing down dementia other than extended fasting?
If we're talking about
diet, of course.
Yeah, if we're talking about Alzheimer's dementia specifically, but all types of dementia are going to respond to optimizing mitochondrial function. Even you have Parkinsonian dementia. Well, guess what? Parkinsonism is also linked with mitochondrial dysfunction. Okay, and so if you wanted to look up or get a book on Alzheimer's and what we've been finding out, it's not fully accepted yet, but there's a neurologist out of LA, Dale Bredesen, Dr. Dale Bredesen, who wrote a book, The End of Alzheimer's, and it's very good, and some of the things that they did and found in actually reversing some of this, and it has to do with
insulin.
Well, the ketosis.
Ketosis, yeah. Type 3 diabetes is what they're calling it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And so reversing this, it was pretty amazing. In fact, he has some material in there about that MRI volumetric measuring of the hippocampi, and that's impossible. You can't reverse Alzheimer's. Well, he had independent radiologists review the ones before and after, and he had to have them read blind because when they didn't do it blindly, they were fudging it, and they're saying, well, we made a mistake. It must be this way, and because they say it's just impossible. You can't have increased hippocampal growth. So I'm just saying that is a good resource if you want to look that up.
And when I dove into this a while back pretty deep, but when they had actually scanned the brain, I don't know how many people are aware, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, with Alzheimer's and things like dementia, there's sheaves on the nerves of the brain that begin, for lack of a better word, the toxins begin to bind to them or cloud them or build up. They break through the blood-brain barrier, and they begin to latch onto the brain, so it's not as efficient as it once was. So by autophagy and fasting, it can begin to, what fasting does, it needs food, it needs fuel. And the way you're designed, God designed you, it's not going to go eat your heart muscle and your liver and your kidney and even your muscle. It goes and looks for these proteins that aren't being used, or these things on the brain, or the different areas that it can begin breaking down for fuel.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Dale Bredesen, Bredesen, I think.
Order it for me too, Virginia.
The End of Alzheimer's.
The End of Alzheimer's. But and remember, there's a lot of good research out there, but and I want to be careful what I say, because there is an agency out there, big, farms, that, I mean, I remember studying, is it Latrell that comes from, Latrell that comes from it's a little bit of cyanide from the apricot seed. And there's tons of research behind. That's actually what Paul Newman was doing for his cancer. And he didn't die from that. He died from the surgery. He was actually getting better. And there's case study. It's this little bit of niacin or cyanide in the apricot seed, in the way it can go and begin to consume the cancer cells. But they don't want any of this because you're getting away from the standard protocol of chemotherapy and radiation, which kills you anyway. And they're not looking at natural, I hope I didn't open the can of worms on that one.
Yeah.
But, we could even talk about methylene blue and the mitochondria health and that. But anyway, I like this question. How do you get rid of chronic inflammation? What diet is best for that Linda? In other words, and I know her struggle, that's so confusing. But really, from your perspective, what diet is best? Because even meat can be inflammatory in some cases. So all the diets that we talked about, the things, all of those factors that we were talking about were decreasing inflammation in your body, and it's going with a healthy diet. But there are particular factors. It depends on the individual. And keep in mind that inflammation is not just one pathway. There are dozens and dozens of inflammatory pathways that are involved with genes. And it's not just, well, I took an anti-inflammatory, I took ibuprofen, so that should take care of it. I go, oh my gosh, if you've got, several hundred different pathways and you've got this one little COX enzyme that's inhibited, that's not it. So getting back to what's the optimal diet, anti-inflammatory diet would be mostly a whole food diet, and using the extra added tool of intermittent fasting can turn off a lot of these inflammatory pathways. And that's what's crazy is the little beta hydroxybutyrate, that's one of the ketones that's produced. It flips those gene switches off. And that's why I mentioned that the rheumatoid arthritis, and I have some with lupus and other autoimmune diseases, that is pure inflammation that they have. But they felt great. Wow. Hippocrates is one of the first ones to notice that, and he documented that they put these people on, and they described what their joints looked like, how they presented, morning stiffness, symmetrical swelling. Anyway, the profile was that of rheumatoid arthritis, and he says, we put these people on a water fast, and boom, everything goes down. They didn't know why, they just knew that it did. Okay, and it wasn't until this last, I should say 50 years that we've actually come into this. And even in the last 20 years, a lot of the research on ketones, because when I started this in the 80s, we didn't have this information. We didn't know about this. But we were finding out that all this happened. And I was noticing it on patients before any of this. They just go, all my swelling, all my joints, everything is good. The disease was reversing, but I wasn't treating them specifically at the time for that particular disease or inflammation. I was just trying to help them with weight loss. Would you recommend, this person can talk to you afterwards too, of course, but maybe water fast and then introduce some things, like see if nuts do it, and then give it time to bring some.
The other thing is getting, just even food sensitivity testing done as just one extra rock to look under, because that's easily overlooked, but it's almost too easy when you fix that.
Yeah. Okay, so I know who this person is. Definitely talk to Dr. Paul afterwards. Thomas kids, you guys are being so good. Be a good example for mine. Good job. And we're going to go quick to get through these, so maybe just a quick answer. And if you want further, let us know. Let Dr. Paul know. What foods would you suggest to bring down high blood pressure? I think we talked about that. Whole God-given foods, and fasting and losing weight. Yeah, okay. How often should one fast if proper nutrition is already in place, aside from spiritual reasons? So if you're just doing it for physical reasons, like health and longevity, and I know there's different opinions, like Dr. Walter Longo here at USC, he recommends like a 5-day fast every couple months. I don't know if there's exact number.
Yeah, and we don't have any real
Data.
super studies and data on that, but I tell my patients, look, hey, what's it going to hurt to do a 3-day water fast once a month?
Yep.
I go,
Perfect.
well, that's a long time. And I go, I did it when I was 19. I did it for like 4 days. It wasn't a dare, it was a challenge. We were actually reading, the book, you have it, I think, on God's Chosen Fast.
Oh, Arthur Wallace.
Yeah.
Arthur
And
Wallace, God's Chosen Fast.
I was doing a Bible study. I brought this book in, and everyone read it, and so we said, okay, who's willing to do this? Well, there were only 4 of us that were willing to do it, and we met 4 days later at a little breakfast place, and we were shocked at. None of us had any appetite at that point. It disappeared after the 2nd day. 3rd day was fine. 4th day, wow, here we are eating. I guess we have to. I don't feel like I need it, but we're supposed to recharge our batteries. Well, when I left, I felt like I just drained them. I felt like a slug. My head was foggy, and it's probably all the carbs in the breakfast.
Yeah.
Had no idea, but it's not that hard to do.
Yeah, in my opinion, it would be as much as necessary. But you don't want to fast, once and then blow it for a couple months. It's a fasted lifestyle. A.W. Tozer said, "I fast just enough to let my stomach know who the boss is." So that's a good one. Diagnosed with osteoporosis, and my doctor wants to put me on, is it Tymolus? T-Y-M-O-L-O-S. So I would talk to Dr. Paul after this about, her question is how to regain the bone density without being on meds. And maybe just your quick answer. I know, can we actually take enough calcium in, or is that a myth?
No, that's just one of many factors.
Yeah.
There's other nutrients that you can take and optimize, and you want to make sure your vitamin D is optimal. And I'm going to recommend a level between 50 and 100. Optimal would be 60 to 80, but you to optimize the calcium absorption, and then you have other minerals that are also going to play a role in bone. But again, it depends on whether the person was hormonal, menopausal. Various things like that. What is their exercise? What did they do before? So there's a lot of things to work on.
Yep, absolutely. And you have to take it to the Lord and pray, because He'll show you stuff. I remember He would show me some things. People would go, "Don't do that. You're going to lose too much muscle." Well, I don't think God's concerned about muscle, right? If He's wanting you to do something. But have you heard of polycosanol to treat high cholesterol? I think we kind of discussed how important actually cholesterol is, and high cholesterol is kind of more of a myth.
Yeah. So the mantra was just use anything you can to just decrease cholesterol. As I mentioned, if you don't take in cholesterol, your body manufactures it. Well, how does it know how much to make? Depending
what your need is.
What your need is, and so you're taking in fast carbs. But as I mentioned, carbs drive LDL cholesterol just like fat does, but it's the type. And getting back to that glycocalyx thing, if you spike your glucose, that spiking of the glucose, that's meaning the glucose is going into your bloodstream so fast, that actually thins out your glycocalyx. And as you spike that glucose, you're spiking insulin. If you're spiking insulin all the time, that means that insulin is pushing all that extra glucose that you can't possibly burn in the next 2 hours. It's pushing it all inside the cell.
So year after year, it begins to wear down the lining.
So you're pushing all the glucose inside the cell. The cell's going, enough. I can't burn this. So I'm going to shove you guys out, and insulin's going to convert you into triglycerides. Well, where does that go? Well, triglycerides are fats, and it goes into your fat cells or into your liver. So we have an epidemic of fatty liver disease from eating junk food, fast food. And so these people are doing this all the time. So what does the cell do? I'm kind of paraphrasing science here, but anyway, the cell shuts down. The insulin receptors don't work anymore the way they did. It's harder. It's almost like the cell saying, I don't like all this glucose coming inside. Please shut the door, make it harder. So it's building a barricade. And the next thing, you have more and more insulin being released by your pancreas because it has to get the glucose that you're spiking all the time out of the bloodstream. So what ends up happening is with all that glucose inside, you're damaging your mitochondria. And mitochondrial dysfunction is what is behind insulin resistance, not to confuse you. But if you go in the back door with the fats, it causes mitochondrial dysfunction, as we mentioned with the seed oils. That increases insulin resistance because it's damaging your mitochondria. One quick note on this mitochondria. Your Ferrari has engine, there's an engine under your hood, okay? And you take in these hydrocarbons and you're mixing it with air and a little spark, and all this energy is released and you're going down. Well, the same thing happens. That's what a mitochondria is. You're taking hydrocarbons, fats, okay, well, carbohydrates, sugars, but you're releasing that carbon-carbon energy and you're combining it with an oxygen molecule. Remember, the oxygen goes in there and it accepts an electron. That's your spark. Bink. And the next thing you know it, ATP, and that is why you're putting down the road. You have energy, the same thing. So you have trillions of these little mitochondria factories, and that's what's behind your life and existence.
Perfect. 3 more and we're out of here. Cindy won my wife has something we bought. Maybe Dana will want it for bench pressing and lifting for shoulders. I don't remember the exact name on it. Oh yeah, I've heard of this. What are your thoughts on oxalates in vegetables? I see those guys, vegetables are trying to kill you. The reason I say that is there's small things in vegetables, phytochemicals, that are God-given to keep away little tiny insects. And those same chemicals in our body act as hormesis, and our response to that is a lot different. It's in a positive light. So these guys, I don't buy into any of that.
It's all about balance. And then you have people that say everything is about lectins. Look, if I pin these guys to the wall, can you eliminate all lectins out of your diet?
Nope.
No, that's not possible. I go, yeah, but you make it sound like that's the whole goal, is eliminate all lectins. I go, you can't do that. Everything is about balance.
So oxalates in vegetables, you can bring it up to me, Ray, if you want. Oxalates in vegetables, again, back to Genesis, when we have the Word of God, God said, I gave you all these vegetables with oxalates. Now, the oxalates might have came after the fall to keep the insects. Who knows? That's complicated. But bottom line is, it sounds like you're oxalates at a very, I don't know, I've eaten.
Oxalates, it's oxalic acid. Anyway, it's natural. It's one of many, okay? But you can get an imbalance of that.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Too much broccoli. I don't have that problem, though. Hold on, let me get through these. What are the healthy alternatives to the harmful seed oils? I think we mentioned that. Avocado. Even I've written stuff on avocado, but if it's organic, fresh avocado, cold pressed. Cold press is not being heated and treated. It's cold pressed olive oil, MCT oil, coconut oil, ghee, grass-fed butter, tallow, yeah.
Yeah. So, we used to use a lot of these saturated fats in the diet. What did our great-grandfathers, great-grandparents eat? Okay, they had a super high caloric intake. We've learned that our metabolism has slowed down tremendously. Okay, oh, well, that's because we're not as active. Well, true to a degree, but we found out we're actually fairly close to them. So they were eating huge amounts of food. Their metabolism was much higher, and they didn't have the diseases that we had, and yet they were eating all of these things. Remember back what I mentioned about 65 onward, everything just started going up. And the rest of the planet, by the way, did not. Not all countries have this. So people think what we're looking at here in America is endemic to mankind. It's not.
Two more, and then we'll get, if you want to walk back to Pastor Abram, he's got the microphone. He'll be standing in the back. You can ask it. Can children, well, we want to get it on the Q&A recording. Can children from age 7 and up fast? My thoughts on, I would not have kids fast because they're still growing and they still need the nutrients. However, if they're sick, I think it'd be good to, if they can, maybe give it a day or two on that. Use wisdom, but.
Yeah, I don't see it as being necessary at all with children, but let me reframe that. In many countries, not everyone has availability of 3 square meals a day, okay? And sometimes they will eat, and then they will have periods of not eating, okay? And then they eat. And they become accustomed and used to that. Oh, but they're starving. I go, no, they're not really starving. People think they're starving, but
Nutrition.
They're confusing that. I go, they have plenty of fuel, but I'm not encouraging people to do that to their children.
Yep, true. And then I think we answered this. Can you reverse non-alcoholic cirrhosis? A lot of studies show you can, depending on how advanced it is really the key with any type of disease. Is there enough type of fasting and nutrition that can ward off? Even in fasting, your liver can reproduce a lot of the cells.
Except that with cirrhosis, you have replacement of the normal hepatocytes with scar tissue, and that's what
It's hard to reverse.
cirrhosis means, scar. And think of cirrus clouds. That's the same root word. Anyway, streaky. This is all scarring. And so once you burn out a certain amount of hepatocytes, it's very difficult to get recovery of that.
Yeah. In other words, the damage has been done. And I think we answered this. What about a 16-year-old fasting? I would take it to the Lord. You can talk to my daughter. She did a water fast at 15, 16. I didn't want her doing it. She was 2 weeks in. I'm like, you look like you lost some weight. She goes, yeah, I'm fasting. I'm like, okay, well, you need to stop this Saturday. And she goes, well, Dad, I think God wants me to go longer. I'm like, well, I don't know about that. But I monitored her. I could tell her energy, I could see her elevated heart rate, palpitations, sleep. I kind of knew what to look for. She just was doing fantastic. It was fantastic. But talk to her. I pray about it. Use wisdom. And my thought is any teenager still growing, I would try to avoid it. Yeah, I like this one, Virginia. I was thinking that too. Did she leave? She might have left. What's your idea of a little bit of dairy? So for me, I would say I would have some goat milk, maybe mixed with some protein powder, and maybe a little bit of butter later in the day.
Or a little bit of little bit of cheese. Okay. Or feta cheese. Okay. And
so not every meal, right?
Yeah. And again, that's back to the whole Mediterranean idea. And the yogurt, cultured milk products, kefir, but you can get cultured all sorts of other cultured coconut milk or almond milk.
And we're worried about raw milk, but no problem with Skittles, right? So I would be careful, but raw milk is, that's how we were designed, and that's how it's produced for thousands of years. The pasteurization process came about when somebody got sick, and some of the cows were diseased. It's not anytime they do things like that, the idea is not obviously bad. They're trying to help people, but you basically, know more than me, you kill all the good enzymes. In the pasteurization process, you're basically drinking sugar water. However, I still have whole organic milk that's pasteurized if I don't have anything else, maybe a little. But it's impossible. It's really hard to get raw milk right now anyway, unless you go directly to some people. But for the average person, it's not real challenging.
Yeah.
It's real challenging.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, leave it at that, because we might get kicked off YouTube again. All right, let's go for your question real quick.
All right. Thank you guys for your time and your knowledge today. I know I appreciate it. Question is, with vegetables, the pesticides, really confused. Above ground, below ground, the soil. It's confuses me. I never know whether I should be eating all these or not eating them. Are they sprayed right now? Don't get broccoli from Walmart. Blah, blah, blah. You just don't. How do you be healthy when the soil isn't healthy?
That's very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I can go
that's-
1 minute and then you take the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our big challenge. And of course, and again, what I'm talking about, not everybody can do, right? With the average person, like it'd be nice to have a farmer we know, or a like down in Valencia, they have those, or even on Lancaster Boulevard sometimes, those farmers marts. But I go and ask them, they still use things. And so what she's talking about is once the glyphosate and fertilizers with chemicals get in the soil, it's really hard to, it's going to get into the plant. And so for us, like avocado, banana, we don't have to be organic even though we want to. It's more expensive sometimes, but we try to find organic, fresh fruit and vegetables that's organic. Now, that's no guarantee either, but, at least it's a better choice. So even whether it's on top or underneath, trying to find, and I can sometimes, like Sprouts right now has the big thing of organic blueberries, 3 of those for $12. And that's a pretty good price compared to other ones too. And if finances are a problem, it's funny if you cut out Starbucks, this treat, that treat, this stop, this deli, this, if we cut out our addictions, you'll find that you have a lot more money left over for the things that are important.
For eating.
But what do you do with her question on the?
As far as what, above ground, below ground, and all the vegetables?
Well, pesticides, I
And the
guess.
pesticides,
Not get too
yeah,
worried.
Yeah, no, and my gosh. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so, ideally, you know the chicken farmer, and you get your chickens there, or you get your eggs there. But as far as the pesticides, that's very hard, and even the vegetable washes that are out there, it's very hard to get rid of all that. It is super difficult. As far as the glyphosate, and you have in this country, Monsanto rules, and they basically took over so many different crops. And the farmers that didn't want to go that route, they were forced to, because all the crops were blowing their seeds into the other farmers, and they took them to court, and so they were forced into buying Monsanto Roundup Ready whatever. And it's really, glyphosate causes many, many different health problems, and it's been linked with cancer. There is no safe level of glyphosate in the human body. Show me a study. But glyphosate is that's Roundup anyway. And Quaker Oats bought into Roundup Ready oats. They're 100% Roundup Ready, and their products have been tested, yes, and there's glyphosate. Oh, but it's just a little bit of glyphosate. Okay. No, it just breaks my heart. Living in New Zealand, they banned, they would not allow any GMO propagation there.
And Roundup Ready means they've genetically modified the oats so that you can spray pesticides on the oats, and it will not kill the oats because they've been genetically modified. So they are Roundup Ready. They're ready to receive the Roundup, and it won't kill them. It will kill all the weeds around them. And then we consume that. But we have to remember, too, what always helps me is trusting in God. God knows these chemicals. The human body's incredibly built to cleanse through the liver, through the kidney. The best thing to do is get the weight off of the body, get healthy, incorporate fasting into your lifestyle. So when you do take in the eggs that were this, or the glyphosate, or the meat, your body is already in a state where it can really cleanse even better, more efficiently.
Right.
God knew about all this beforehand.
Yeah, and the fasting is a great way of doing a cleanse.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
and absolutely, the pesticides and a lot of these other chemicals and hormones, etc., they end up getting stored in fat. And so when you start burning these fat
You get sick.
layers, well, you might get sick when those things come out, but
Yeah.
but you're flushing them out of your system. You're getting rid of them.
And I would definitely choose organic tea and coffee because the pesticide, herbicide, fungicide is sprayed directly on the leaf. And it goes directly in the leaf to being packaged to your cup. There's not even a cleansing process usually. So you want to use some wisdom there. 2 questions back and then we'll finish up.
Yeah, regarding the replacement of the seed oils, we're using olive oil exclusively now. But my concern is I've heard some things about the heat resistance on some of the olive oils, and I guess that's the main propaganda push on using seed oils is because they're heat resistance, they don't break down. What are your thoughts on the olive oil used for more higher temperature cooking? And let me know what your concerns are, if any. If not, then we'll keep using it.
Well, you can go on this, but I always look at, again, creation, like how God designed us. God allowed the children of Israel to make the olive oil, and the olive oil was used for cooking. So I don't look too much into that because we're running out of options for oils.
And so again, you don't want to you want to avoid the high heat. You
Frying.
definitely don't want to be doing deep frying. Stir fry, and you're not generating a lot of heat. Yeah, the olive oil, the avocado oil won't take as much. It's the smoke point or whatever the
Smoke point, yeah.
But the coconut oil is it's a medium chain triglyceride. It's a saturated fat, but it has a higher.
It smokes easier, doesn't it?
Huh?
Does it smoke easier?
Well, yeah, but you can still use that. I'm saying you can use that coconut oil for that. And then the other, okay, oh my gosh, ghee, butter, oh, saturated fat, oh, well, you can't use that, tallow, okay, can't use that. Well, this is what we were using. When we took that out of our diet, a lot of things fell apart on us. And so there are plenty of countries that use that still. And they don't have the health problems that we have because of that. Will that causes heart disease? Well, no, we'll say different.
Yeah. Matthias, did that answer it? I guess basically keep the heat down and cook longer. Abram, any other questions? We good?
Yes, one more question. Actually, Dr. Paul, we have a few that we'll probably talk to you afterwards, but I have a question from my wife. She said, what are your thoughts, Dr. Paul, on eating, or Pastor, on eating according to your blood type?
Popular book 20 years ago. But I'll let him handle that one. I'm not.
All right. Okay. So when I first came across that, I go, oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Let me look at. I know my blood type, so let me see what they say I should be eating or not eating. And I looked at that and I go, those are all my favorite foods. I really like those. I go, do they make me feel bad? No. I don't have any problems with energy. I have a clear head. I don't have any inflammation in my body that I'm aware of. And gee, and Lord, why would you do that? You didn't give me an owner's manual saying, the such and such chapter of the Bible saying, well, no. I don't believe in it. Okay. Now some of the times they say, well, I eliminated this, but again, the reason something might make someone feel better isn't necessarily the reason it's touted, okay? This person had a problem with whatever food, or this food, or that food, and so he goes around telling, this diet worked for me because it eliminated this food, okay, because it was because of my blood type. It wasn't because of his blood type, it was just he had a problem with that particular food. And so, again, when you scrutinize it a little more and look at any kind of studies looking into it, there's no substance. So that's my response.
So yeah, I guess don't eat. Doesn't matter if you eat right for your blood type.
Yeah, I don't.
Next question.
What blood type was Jesus?
Almost done.
Yeah.
One more. This is from Layla.
Mike, we're almost done. If you want to let him know one more. Okay.
What are your thoughts, Dr. and Pastor, on magnesium supplements for sleep?
Magnesium is going to affect the body depending on how it's, like if it's magnesium citrate, it's going to more work as a laxative. if it's a different type of magnesium. So the form of magnesium is going to affect the body differently. But beyond that, I'll let you take it.
All right, so there's, magnesium citrate, magnesium sulfate, magnesium chloride, magnesium oxide, magnesium threonate, glycinate, bisglycinate. There's all these forms. Okay, I like glycinate or bisglycinate. It's actually the same molecule. It has a high bioavailability as far as absorption, and it doesn't cause the GI problems. If someone is having problems with their bowels, I'm going, maybe we'll use a little bit of the citrate or the sulfate. Magnesium oxide, what's that? Milk of magnesia. Okay, what is it? Oh, it's a laxative. Okay, yes, exactly. But most of the population tends to be a little bit magnesium deficient, although it's kind of hard to prove that, but studies have shown that, we really don't take in enough magnesium, but I do use magnesium for many things. I might use it for migraine prophylaxis and trying to decrease the frequency of migraines. I might use it for lowering blood pressure to a degree. It has an element on that. It actually has antiarrhythmic effects on the heart. I used it for that. It has muscle relaxation properties, and I've used it tremendously for that. It also helps with sleep. So many times they'll put magnesium into
L-theanine.
A sleep aid. And then it also is a calming mineral, like calcium, but it has calming effects on your moods. So anxiety, okay. I put my patients on plenty of that. Let's see, what have I left out? Anyway, it has a lot of uses.
Yeah, it would depend. Did you say it's Layla's question?
Yeah, I'm not sure what for, because I'm just reading the text.
Yeah, she might want to even take like electrolyte that has magnesium, potassium, sodium, and get it all covered. So I think we're done. Hour and 5 minutes over. You guys are troopers. All right. So let me pray. Do you have any closing thoughts? You're probably pretty good.
We could go all day.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. That's the key. Just take the whole foods in moderation.
Simple and balanced.
Yeah. Life-giving food in moderation and move more. Get rid of the addictions. Okay, fire away. Last.
My gallbladder.
Gallbladder removed. Okay.
What's a good diet to do for that? And I also have diverticulitis.
Okay.
The seeds are bad, right? Is it because that's what they say?
I'll let you tackle this one.
You're asking if the seeds are bad for
we're not supposed to eat seeds.
Walnuts and almonds.
Well, yes and no. Back, 30, 40 years ago, I was telling everyone, you can't eat these seeds, you can't eat these seeds, and if you eat this, okay. Well, I have had some patients over the years that every time they ate peanuts or something, they'd get a flare-up in their diverticulosis. They'd get a case of diverticulitis. But we learned that it's not necessarily needed to put everyone on a seed restriction. They don't all have that. But if they do, and they can tie it in, I had this and I had sesame seeds, okay. But it doesn't always happen. And so I learned years back, okay, I'm not going to restrict someone's diet on that, okay? And your other question was the gallbladder and... Well, your gallbladder is to store, the bile acids. Anyway, and those are mostly, what are they made of? Cholesterol, okay? Another important use of cholesterol in the body, but that's what gallstones are made of, is cholesterol. But when you take that out, what's that for? The bile acids are to emulsify fat. You can't absorb fat without having enough of those bile acids or salts. Anyway, once you emulsify it, you can absorb. So does that mean I don't have any? No, it's a storage pouch for extra. So not only when you eat something, and cholecystokinin, it's a hormone, it's released, and it causes your liver to contract and just kind of squeeze down the bile. And at the same time, the gallbladder contracts. So, but the gallbladder in your case was dysfunctional, and so it was taken out. Might have had stones or a blockage there. Anyway, taking that out doesn't mean you don't have any bile, it just means you don't have enough. So you try to limit the amount of fat you take in at one time. Otherwise, you're going to have, it's going to be coming out the other end, not absorbed. It floats, it stinks, okay? And so, yeah, people have that problem, but you learn to adapt. So you can't have too much fat
True, yeah,
at one time.
true. All right, guys, let me pray real quick. Lord, I pray for the remainder of those who stayed here. God, you would, Lord, I pray for just a mighty move of your Spirit here at this church, for not only revival and a spiritual awakening, but a physical awakening too, as we take care of our physical bodies, Lord, that you would honor that. And I pray just an anointing over Dr. Paul tomorrow as he talks about the book of Acts and the early church and even the Calvary Chapel movement and the moving of your Holy Spirit, Lord. Let people be touched. In Jesus' name, amen, amen. So tomorrow morning, 8:30 and 11, and we have prayer at 7:30. And we'll see you out in the lobby.
Don't lose heart, for the journey is long.